last time in Renascence, the party had departed Gladham to seek out the gatekeeper, plunging deep into the jungles of Feral. There, they met Auntie Kotum, a fey creature claiming to be the former gatekeeper. She told the party she'd been overthrown by another powerful fey being known as Sister Comac, and asked if the party would help her reclaim her seat of power at the Twisted Garden. While Barnaby struck a bargain for Kotum's aid in exchange for his assistance, the rest of the party was apprehensive of her story. Even so, she accompanied the party the following morning along the road. They fought off an attack of displacer beasts and pressed into the heart of the jungle, watched by the local fey creatures and harried by flocks of angry birds and foreboding straw fetishes. Soon, they found the garden. Here, amid the thick greenery, rose a cavernous mound, and atop that mound grew an enormous mangrove tree. Around it stood a ring of ancient monoliths, and water pooled on the forest floor as it spilled from the cavern mouth. Approaching this sacred space, they were greeted by the booming voice of the gatekeeper, who demanded their purpose in approaching her garden. Noelle noticed that Auntie Kotum had vanished, and alerted Lauren, who noticed signs that an invisible creature was in their midst. They tracked the specter's movements while stalling the gatekeeper for time, trying to come up with a plan, nerves on edge. Suddenly, Kotum's voice called out from the empty air. "They're here to kill you, sis, fry 'em!" And the gatekeeper responded with what looks to be the beginnings of an electrical spell. So, as we're picking up here in the long seconds before a fight breaks out, as adrenaline is beginning to surge and the party is scrambling to get the first move, do we have any questions before we roll initiative?
None from me.
Nope.
All right, then. Let's roll initiative, guys.
Gulp.
Oh, boy. Time to kill a party.
19 for John.
19 for John.
Hey.
Good roll.
Pretty good for Noelle. One moment.
Lauren is dead. She had a 6.
Ooh, that's rough.
15 for Burberry.
15 for Burberry. Good rolls.
20 total for Noelle.
Oh my god.
Whew.
17 for Barnaby.
Someone protect the
17
Lauren,
for
please.
Barnaby.
Someone help me.
I turn a Lauren
Oh
into
my
a bear.
God. Oof.
Okay. So, with initiative established, Noelle, I have a question for you. How high is your dexterity?
Ooh, pretty damn high. I don't know if it's gonna beat a fucking ancient being. 18 total for dexterity.
Damn. Okay.
It's my second highest stat.
Yeah, you will be first in the initiative order then.
Oh, yes.
So, and I should say, if you guys want to adjust your placement, I assume nobody said that you moved really beyond this edge of the circle. So you guys are pretty much at that edge, but if you wanted to rearrange your comp there, like if you wanted somebody else in the front or off to the side slightly, I'm not opposed to you configuring your starting positions there.
I'm fine being a big near runner.
Okay.
Well, how I left this last session of Lauren was the one talking to the gatekeeper, so I feel like she would be at the front.
Okay.
I don't want to be there, but I think logically she probably would have moved past people to draw the
I'll be right behind
gatekeeper's
Lauren,
attention.
since I also spotted
Okay.
stuff up there.
So kind of flanked by the two big boys, and Burberry's just kind of hanging back.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, that works. Okay, so Noelle, you are watching as this tall female figure, elvish-looking, but long ears, glowing eyes, garbed in this long, flowing red dress or robe. Rivulets of golden hair kind of, flowing over the shoulders, beginning to conjure spell in her hand. You can feel everyone around you beginning to move, and in that split second, you realize you have mere seconds to really react. What is it that you do that kind of kicks this whole thing off?
So I can tell she's trying to conjure some electricity or something, and
And to reiterate, Kotum is invisible, but you do know where she was.
Yeah.
Based off of that stupid high perception check.
Well, she also yelled too, which gives us a clue.
That also gives it away. Yeah, but I mean, you had been tracking her, you and Lauren, so.
Okay. Split second. I'm just gonna quick yell, "We don't have to fight!" And I'm gonna cast silence, targeting the gatekeeper.
Oh shit! Silence.
Yay! Protect us all, Noelle.
If I see her trying to say magical words, I'm gonna try and make it quieter.
How big is that bubble?
20-foot radius, I believe.
20 foot. Oof. So.
I'll
centered
double
on her,
check.
that's pretty much this. Well, or no? Is it radius?
Sorry, I'm checking. Yep, 20-foot radius, sphere centered on a point you choose within range.
Oh shit, that's way bigger than that. Excuse me. One, two.
If it's 5-foot squares, yeah, it's way bigger than that.
Yeah, shit, that's a huge fucking circle. So that's gonna be like that.
Mm-hmm.
An enormous bubble of silence suddenly envelops the area around this figure, and yeah, Noelle, you see the electricity in their hand falter almost instantly as the words they are attempting to speak make no sound.
I will hide behind this rock, because that's probably not going to make them happier, but I didn't want to do anything that's going to literally hurt them right off the bat in case, so that's something.
Okay, sure, yeah.
So that's movement and action. Bonus action, I'm going to give inspiration to Burberry.
Aw, thanks.
All right.
And you can use that for healing spells too if you need it.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's my turn.
Well, that will take us to Gatekeeper's turn. They rolled a 20 right alongside you, so you just barely eked out with that dexterity. So that stuffed that spell. Frustratingly, you see this look of anger kind of like wash over her face, and she is going to more or less like rush off to the side here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God, that just barely gets to the edge of the circle, I think. Yeah, I don't even think she can get to the edge of the circle. 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, if it's a 20-foot radius centered on her, I guess she can move another 10 feet past that. If she's got 30 feet of movement.
Yeah.
That tracks. Okay. The circle might just be a little wonky. But yeah, she is going to move out of the circle, obviously. And off, 10 feet off to the side there. And she is probably in response to what you said, Noelle. Kind of in a rage. You come to my grove, weapons drawn, and say we do not need to fight. And she will again begin conjuring magical energy in her hand, and instead cast a different spell, targeting. We'll say the big guy, John. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Should have given
Wisdom saving throw? You just had to go from one of my weak points?
Yeah, you are a 7 foot tall, extremely jacked man carrying a very large glaive. That looks dangerous.
Saving. So that would be. Ooh, that's a natural 20. Plus 2.
Oh, motherfucker. I'm gonna fight you in your fucking 20s, bro. Okay.
Nat 20 in like 3 seasons.
It has been a little while.
Fair. All right. Yeah, so with a natural 20, you feel this constricting magic beginning to take hold of you, John, and just force your way out of it. Sheer brute force. She does not look happy about this. But she has moved, she's taken her action, and I do not believe she has any further action. So yeah, no bonus actions. That will end her turn, and that will take us to the lair action. Ooh.
I don't like the sound of that.
You guys watch as the jungle around you starts to shake and tremor. The trees overhead, the bushes behind you almost seem to come alive, and it close rank. And it looks as though the area around this circle has become much harder to traverse. So, that is the lair action. That will take us to John, who rolled a 19.
Sorry, give me a second. I just put some Skittles in my mouth.
Oh, John.
John, I don't think now is the time for the fruity flavor of Skittles.
I just ended saying something from to him with my mouth, and I was like, "Ooh, Skittles." Okay.
I mean,
My turn.
But haven't you heard the catchy jingle, "Fight the rainbow, taste the rainbow"?
So I can move 30 feet, right?
Yep.
So is there any way for me to get within 15 feet of her inside the bubble within 30 feet? Because I'm having a lot of trouble discerning like distances here.
Yeah, okay. So if you moved 30 feet, say, right, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's like 29-ish. So you could go 29. So you get here easily, right? Like somewhere in here. And that would be within 3. That would be within 15 feet of her. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to move there. Oh wait, hang on. Can I rage as my action, and then bonus action use the dredge line?
You cannot, unfortunately. No. You can't cast a bonus action as an action.
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Like I can see the reverse. Like that makes total sense. But why can't you use a bonus action as an action?
Action economy, my guy. You got to make a choice. Are we gonna dredge, or
I can't dredge if I'm not raging. So.
Oh shit. Well, sounds like you need to rage, or you could do something else with your turn if you want to move somewhere else.
I mean, what you're going for is a good idea, but yeah, the rage problem is going to be an issue.
Okay. I guess I'll just get inside the silence bubble and rage.
Okay, cool. So John charges ahead, footsteps splashing until they aren't any longer. And silently you watch the veins on his neck begin to bulge, his muscles flex, and the glaive raises, furiously ready to strike. So that'll be your turn. That will take us down to Anticotum. So, Barnaby, I don't believe that you were alerted to her position necessarily. You heard her cry out off to kind of forward left of you, right?
Yeah.
But as John is charging forward after this gatekeeper attempted to cast a spell on him, you hear this voice in your ear, this whisper. You hear her say, "Remember our agreement, boy. Aid me in reclaiming my throne, and you'll get what you seek." And you feel this sudden, subtle weight sort of settle over your shoulders. You hadn't noticed it there, but now that you hear her say this, it feels like it's almost been there all day. This sort of sense of dread, this foreboding, this heaviness. And whether you realize it or not, it occurs to you that perhaps you may have agreed to something far more potent than a simple promise. Which will bring us to the start of your turn.
What did I get myself into? All I wanted was to find out about my past and how I got lost 5 years. Now I'm having to deal with all this.
Poor Barnaby.
Feel like she's not gonna calm down. She already tried to take control of our big guy. Probably would have seen something similar to that. Barnaby will probably hesitate for a moment before he raises his gun. He takes fire.
All right. Where are you aiming?
At big old what's her nut?
The gatekeeper.
Yeah. I'll peek out from my rock and fire.
Sure. Yeah, okay. Roll to hit.
Oh, that's an at 20.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Alright.
What's the damage, buddy?
That's gonna be a 12 and a 15.
15. Ooh. God damn. That's a lot of damage. Holy
Hope
shit.
I'm making the right choice.
You aren't.
Good.
That's
Good
okay.
shot. Audibly, off to your left, Barnaby, Aloran, Burberry, Noel, you actually all hear as Barnaby lands this shot and a huge gout of blood shoots out of the gatekeeper. You hear Anticotum's voice like, "Oh fuck! Oh god!" Sounding like it came from one of the standing stones. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn, Barnaby?
What I just did.
Sure.
I mean,
gonna pull up against the rock.
Technically, you aided just there. You could stop, and you've already aided her.
Agreement complete.
Even if you did 1 point of damage, technically you're aided.
It counts as aid, sure. Yeah, Burberry, it is your turn.
Oh, I don't know. Burberry looks kind of horrified. I will spend this turn being completely useless.
Oh,
Thank you.
my favorite.
I don't like poking bears such as this. You know what? We're gonna give some resistance to Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I'm gonna back up. Like, can I move to the behind that rock that's to above me and to the left?
Yeah, sure. Just off this way.
Yeah, I don't.
Take cover.
I don't want to be in the view of either the gatekeeper nor of our invisible not so friend.
Sure.
Rock
That's
Bros.
Rock Bros.
You guys just look at each other across the gap and are just like,
Did he just shoot her?
Cool. Oh, actually, I should probably make a little token for Adlar, who's also here. I keep forgetting to put him on the battle maps.
Good old
So, Adlar is here. And he kind of looks around, confused. He's hearing, this voice off to his left. He's seeing this combat starting off to his right. He kind of looks back to Noelle and Burberry for a moment as he's drawing the bowstring back on his bow. Almost as though he's looking for guidance. He seems to be kind of dithering between two potential targets here.
Noelle just looks terrified at the moment. He's not going to get much guidance from her.
Sure. Okay.
I think Burberry's just gonna do like the faintest of head shakes, just because, attacking deities or semi-deities or whatever we ended up with in the last conversation isn't really high on Burberry's particular bucket list.
Okay, sure. So you guys are just like, no, de-escalate, stop. God, okay, Adlar's...
For the
Adlar's
record,
head's been
if there's any, if he's got decent insight, I think
If he knows how to de-escalate, yeah.
I was going to say, Noelle is probably very angry at Anticotum. So if he has anything for that situation, that'd be lovely.
He is, very much on the same page with you, I think, about Anticotum.
So if he, sees her walking in the water, maybe you could take a shot or something. I don't know.
Okay. I think... to play it safe, he is going to reach into the satchel on his belt, and he is going to take out this herb, snap it in his hands, and hold it up to his mouth, and throw it down into the water. And immediately, this enormous cloud of mist begins to enshroud the area around your little group there by the rocks. And he will cast Fog Cloud, as that is a thing that he can do. So, a competing 20-foot circle.
God.
To the first...
Just use a different color.
Circle. Yeah. Centered on himself. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, about here, and then... like that, roughly.
That's a lot bigger, but
rough.
Something like
Is
that.
Oh shit. Here. They're pretty comparable. I think it's the blue.
Well,
I think the blue
one,
makes it look
two-
bigger.
I'm counting 6 squares.
Oh shit. Okay, hold up. I'm trying to get it to 4, and it's not like super cooperative. Is that 4?
That's closer.
Okay. I think I may have made your circle a little bit bigger.
Yeah, you did. But
Here. Not that you're gonna complain.
it was bigger on the backside, which I figured wasn't gonna be super
2,
relevant.
3, 4. Yeah.
Like the TARDIS, it's bigger on the inside.
Like that, probably, right?
Sure, it's fine.
A
Whatever.
little bigger.
Okay, that looks about the same. Okay, so there's a big cloud of fog now, completely obscuring the space around pretty much everyone in the party except for John. Giving you guys kind of some breathing room there. That will take us to Aloran. So, Aloran, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So, you have just been enveloped in an enormous cloud of fog conjured by Adlar, who is also actually probably going to take cover next to Burberry behind this rock. So, you can just barely make out Barnaby next to you. What do you want to do?
Well, Lauren has absolutely like no idea.
It's a tricky one.
I have like 2 options. One is probably gonna agitate the lady. And I don't know
She's
if I can
pretty
cast her right
agitated.
now.
She just got shot. Safe to say.
More agitated. I think I have to be able to see her though. Yeah.
You cannot see her right now.
Yeah.
So the area inside this is considered heavily obscured. And to clarify what that means, heavy obscurement means vision is blocked and creatures are effectively blinded within the fog cloud.
I'm gonna be like, so are we gonna kill her or are we gonna talk to her? I just need to know real
We
quick.
prefer to talk to her first. We can always go back to violence later.
Okay. So I think Lauren is gonna move out of this fog circle and get closer to her.
Okay, so you step out of the fog cloud.
Mhm.
Okay, so
And
you
I'm going
emerge and you can see her standing not too far from John next to you, and she strangely does not appear to be wounded, but there is a considerable pool of blood in the water at her feet that seems to be growing. It's very strange, almost as though the dress she's wearing is just kind of like growing and flowing outward.
I'm gonna be like, can we please talk? And I'll make sure no one fucking hurts you again. Because that lady was lying and we just want to talk.
Okay, give me a persuasion check.
Do I have inspiration? Before I roll this? I do. Awesome. Okay. I rolled a 19.
Ooh.
Okay. 19 plus 4, so that was a 23.
Pretty good.
23.
Yeah.
Okay. You see this woman heavily bleeding from an invisible wound. Tall and terrible in her countenance. Her eyes quickly flit from John down to you. And shortly, she says, "Speak quickly." Somewhere behind you, all of you hear this very poorly stifled cackling. So, there is a pause here in the initiative, we'll say, for a short exchange before things kick off in the next round.
Can we all talk?
Anyone
or just
has
Alora?
anything? I'll say if anyone wants to pitch into this conversation, they are welcome to. This is going to be a very quick little exchange, and we'll see if this kind of continues the fight or not.
All right. Question before we do this: Who here is actually aware of Barnaby's agreement? Does anyone see that happen?
Yes,
Was it just
I
Burberry?
I did.
Yep, it's just Burberry.
Tenzin, get out.
Cat troubles.
Tenzin,
Tenzin is a bad boy. He does not learn his lesson.
Almost as bad as Anticotum.
Who is a bad lady?
Okay, so
leave her alone.
Cat does not remember the exact wordage for said deal.
I looked it up, so I confirmed. Yes, I am aware of the exact verbiage of the deal. Burberry would probably remember. Burberry's no dummy. The final phrasing of the agreement was, you will take me back to the grove, put me in charge, and in exchange, I'll tell you all I know of the creature that slew your father. And Burberry interjected, clarifying, you meaning everyone in the party, right? And she was like, yeah, sure, whatever.
No. I said with the possible addition of other people in the party.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't really pay much attention to that interjection. She was just like, yeah, sure, whatever. And stuck her hand out to Barb.
Like,
the information
I'm
can be
in
shared.
the...
Yeah, go ahead.
I am in the, if we're gonna get screwed over, no offense, Barnaby, it's just gonna be Barnaby.
Did you want to chime in, Burry? Because I could chime in too here. But I'll let you go first.
It's not really much of a chiming in so much as a saying, it is true that we came into the grove armed, but walking through the Feywilds unarmed is a poor decision.
Okay, fair point. Anybody else?
We came here ready for anything, and we didn't know what to expect. We don't
Okay.
want to fight, but Anticotum wants us to.
Clearly, Mrs. Yennegar had to kill you, even though she is probably the one that did, or even though she is the one who tried to get us to do it in the first place.
100% true. Lauren's just gonna back that claim, even though she does not know. And she's like, we just wanted to talk on the side of the elders. We were sent to talk to you about your terms and see if we can negotiate a new offering to you. That would be
I'm just
acceptable.
gonna yell, sorry.
Barnaby, shut up! You have done enough.
I love how this entire time John is completely in silence.
You can't hear
Yeah,
it.
John is in the silence bubble. He can't hear anything, but he can clearly see Aloran and the gatekeeper, like, lips flapping, no sound. He's like, do I hit her or not, right? As you guys are all sort of making your pleas, I will say, you will hear Anticotum's voice sounding from behind you all. And she will call out to the gatekeeper, Sister, I've claimed the hobgoblin. We can use him to cleanse the grove of these wretches. Just give me your title. And you see the gatekeeper's face twist into a snarl. You wretched creature. And I would like the group to make a persuasion check, each of you, and we'll counter it against Anticotum's. Oh, such a great roll.
With my additive an 18.
You said
Just checking, is
persuasion?
this including John or not?
John can't hear shit, can't say shit, so not John.
Okay.
19?
19?
20 total.
20. Ooh. Interesting. Okay.
I don't know if you wanted me to roll. I got a 15.
15. Okay.
I said I was sorry. I meant it.
So, very strong rolls against Auntie Kotum's absolutely fantastic 12.
I mean, she did literally say, "Just give me your title," out of nowhere.
Yeah. The gatekeeper hears all this. She's got this furious look on her face, and she looks to you, Aloran, and she says, "My sister has overstepped her bounds. Destroy her, and we can talk."
Dope. Let's do it. Let's go, guys.
And you hear Auntie Kotum from behind everyone say, "No, no, no." So, back to the start of initiative. That will take us to
Noelle.
who is top of the order. Noelle, yeah, it is your turn. You are enveloped in a fog cloud, unable to see anything. You can barely make out the stone next to you, Barnaby, just around its corner, but nothing else. What do you do?
Cool. There's not actually a ton I can do when I can't see shit. I think I'm gonna back out of the. Hearing the gatekeeper's more amicable, I'll back out of the fog toward her direction slightly until I get out of the mist. So, I can actually move myself, right? I forgot. So I'll go over here.
Okay. So stepping out of the fog cloud, Lauren, you see Noelle just emerge next to you into the open air.
Good call. Is the gatekeeper looking around? Can she, like, if I look at her eyeline, is she trying to look for Auntie Cuddum now? She might have a better chance of seeing her than we.
Seems to have honed in on the sound of that voice. And she seems to be looking through the fog cloud. Like...
If you could draw an air, like, if I could pick that
like
up
off
at a glance.
to... Yeah, it would be, like, in this direction, roughly.
Okay.
You know, somewhere in that way.
Gotcha.
She definitely looks like she's getting ready to move in that direction as well.
This might be a waste of a spell slot, but show good faith. I'm gonna send a healing word at the gatekeeper.
Oh shit. Okay. So how much hit points will that be?
Double checking. The minimum, but that's 6 still, so 6 health.
Okay, that's something. Not a bad heal. She feels this healing energy take hold of her. She kind of convulses slightly, wincing, glances over to you, gives you like a curt nod, and continues forward. As she walks forward, she draws close to you, and this is her turn now.
Okay.
Drawing close to you, John, do you attack her as she draws close? She does not seem to be focused on you at all, and she seems to be making for the fog cloud to walk directly into it. John, you're muted if you're talking.
He's just playing silence bubble accurately.
So I noticed that strange things are going on. Is it my turn or is she coming at me?
It is her turn. She's about to walk past you. She kind of like glances at you before continuing to like drive forward through the fog cloud. You probably would have seen Noelle actually cast a spell that you recognize to be healing word on her, even if you didn't hear it.
So I recognize that we've come to some kind of agreement.
Okay. So,
ceasefire.
Pass. Okay. She will, as I said, kind of glance at you as she walks by, step into the fog cloud, and vanish from sight. So, nobody really knows where the gatekeeper is at this point. As a lair action, you will see suddenly materializing next to you, Noel.
Oh shit. Oh.
The gatekeeper.
Ah.
Whoosh.
But she's smaller.
She's pretty much the same size.
Oh, okay.
But she is suddenly just conjured almost from the fog next to you, materializing, and she says, "What is it that you have really come here for? Outside of Kotum's manipulations?" And she gives you the impression she seems eager to continue this conversation as the battle continues. So, John, it is your turn.
I'm gonna walk out of the Conus Islands and I'm gonna say, "What the fuck is going on?"
Anticotum is the bad guy. She's invisible. Go kill her.
I can't see her. How am I supposed to kill her?
There's a gap in the water. Or there was one anyway.
Wherever she's standing, there's like you can see the dip in the water.
Oh shit, you can see that? Ah, fuck.
Okay,
Yeah,
John's
you
I hear her
Yeah.
step out of the water.
One
John's
final
gonna-
splash and then silence.
So John's gonna run back into the Conus Islands
Okay.
to see if he can find this dip they're talking about.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check. Do you just want to run into the center of the cone, or like where do you want to go?
Can he have advantage because of the yelling?
Wherever I heard the yelling, towards
Okay.
there.
Okay, sure. So like around the edge of the fog cloud, looking in that direction, somewhere around here, you heard something. So go ahead and give me perception. And for the record, like yeah, you don't know exactly where she is yet, so she's just somewhere.
I got a 17.
17. Okay. Unfortunately, that is not going to be quite high enough to locate her exactly. But you do know where that voice came from, and it is roughly in this direction.
Can I attempt my dredge line in that direction just to see if I grab something?
Yeah, you could try, sure. Bonus action. Is it an attack roll or strength save, or what do I need to do?
Let me double check, because I think it's a strength save, but
Okay.
Also, you lose rage if you don't attack or get attacked, right?
Yeah, so the rage
or
will be
take
off.
damage.
Yeah, the rage will be out this turn if you do not land anything by the end of the turn.
I thought you just had to attack. I didn't know you had to actually hit.
The target must succeed on a strength saving throw.
Strength save.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It
you're just
goes
kind
to 8 plus my proficiency bonus plus my strength modifier.
and you're just kind of aiming somewhere in the vicinity of the 50
Where
feet
I
in
heard
front
the
of you.
voice.
Sure.
Yeah.
John becomes a freaking Beyblade.
So unfortunately,
So,
uh,
14.
you do not dredge anything with your dredge line. Sorry to say. And yeah, without damage and without
Hang on.
dealing damage, I believe that ends your rage this turn.
Hold on. As my action, I'm going to bite my finger.
Your action was to search, boy. You searched. That's a perception check specifically to find hiding creatures.
I didn't realize that was a full action.
That is a full action, yes.
Dang it.
Sorry to say. That will be the end of John's turn. That'll take us to Anticotum, who is somewhere, sees this lash clearly reaching out in her direction. I think... oh my goodness.
Tenzin!
Sounded angry.
Yeah, these cats are just not getting along. Is he just not catching it?
I don't even know where he's at.
That's when you
One
take a water
second.
bottle and just go.
1 second.
Tenzin! Is the dumb boy.
So, does John just need to take damage in this round to be able to hold his rage?
He loses at the end of his turn.
Yeah, I think I lose it at the end of my turn. Actually, let me double check that.
I think I've never played a barbarian, so correct me if I'm wrong.
Because I might have lost it actually before my turn began.
No, I don't think you would have.
All right. Cat's fine. So, Antikotum. Barnaby, you will again hear this whisper in your ear. If you help me, I promise you, I
So,
can help you find the creature that killed your father. All you have to do is finish off my sister.
question, but
Yeah.
about the rage, it
Yes.
just says attack. It doesn't say I have to hit them.
Is it just an attack? Okay.
Yeah, because that would,
The
like,
ends and you
logistically, that wouldn't make
attack
any sense.
a hostile creature since your last turn or taken damage.
Okay. If you haven't attacked or taken damage. Let me look at your
If you
dredge.
range, it has to actually hit them.
The question is dredge line an attack? Which I don't think it is because you require a save. Strike at one creature in your choice. Must succeed a strength save or be pulled up to 10 feet. Oh, that's even one creature that you can see.
Oh, does it say see?
Yeah, you have to be able to even. You have to actually be able to see the creature to even use dredge on them.
Oh, okay. So
I'll
I
tell
wouldn't
you.
have been able to
I'll
do
tell
that
you
anyway.
what. If you want to call that like a javelin throw, just to keep your rage going, I'd be willing to let you recon that.
Okay. I didn't realize I had to see them.
Yeah. So there's a javelin somewhere in the jungle in that direction.
Continuity
that counts as keeping
restored.
your rage. Yeah, continuity restored.
Okay.
And yeah, Barnaby, you hear Antikotum whispering in your ear again. You feel
I
that.
get the
weight
sense that I can
again.
respond to it.
Yeah, you do.
Give me the name of the beast.
That
As I
was
start-
part of the deal. And you hear frantic footsteps heading towards the edge of the jungle.
Its name was Joe.
But only by his closest friends.
I'm gonna aim my gun at that area
Cool.
where I'm hearing them splish splashing.
Splish splashing. Yeah. There's a rock pretty much directly in that line that you would know was there, but you can no longer see at this point. Do you want to move to your left or right?
I mean, I got a range of 40. Do I feel like it's getting farther away from me?
Yes.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll probably go about 20 feet towards the sound.
Towards the sound. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll say somewhere in like this vicinity. So you actually like pass the rock and kind of bump up against Adlar on the other side of it. And he very quickly like sees you, like realizes it's you, and points in the direction that he believes the sound is coming from, which is kind of off in this area somewhere. So go ahead and make a ranged attack with disadvantage, as you are effectively blind right now.
It is fair. Alright. That is a 12 plus 8, 20.
20. Okay. That's gonna hit. Just go ahead and roll some damage.
Damn.
Having a plus 8 at level 3 is pretty good.
No, that's real good.
It fucking helps.
That is max damage, 16.
Whew.
Big damage.
First blood.
16, you said?
16.
Very nice.
I'm
And you
gonna-
see a spray of blood shoot out of the air, and this squeal, this furious, angry cry. You'll regret this, you wretched goblin! As she continues running. So,
See where the blood splattered?
you would not be able to see through the fog cloud now.
But could you mark it for Barnaby? Because
He
I
cannot
guess
see
he
it
can't see
either.
it
He
either.
is shooting out of the fog
Damn
cloud.
it!
John would be the
Do I
only
see it?
one who sees it. And the spray was like somewhere over, we'll say here-ish. So John would have seen that flash of blood. So that'll take us to Burberry.
Okay. Burberry is really annoyed at themselves for not having locate object today.
Mm.
So I don't know if I can guiding bolt it.
Be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
What about fairy fire?
I don't actually have that.
You didn't prepare fairy fire. Oh no.
No, I mean like I can't.
Oh, that's right.
There's
That's
that-
right. We established that.
Yeah. I'm
Fairy
being
fire.
good.
But I'm far away.
I mean, you're well within range of the edge of the cloud if you wanted to step out of the cloud, Burberry.
You know what? It says target a creature of choice within range. It does not say I have to see it.
True. You are still going to be at disadvantage because it's a spell attack and you are blind, but that is true.
I'll just stick my head out.
I keep trying to move it on Discord because I'm smart.
Stepping out, no worries. So Burberry pokes his little head out of the cloud and just yeets a guiding bolt.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
15?
roll damage. 15. 15 will not hit.
Ooh.
Oh wait, but I have bardic inspiration.
It
That's
might be
true.
relevant for once.
This is with the disadvantage, right?
Yeah, well, no, that was just straight rolling like a dumb. That's okay. That's the worst roll. So, 19.
19 will hit. Good job.
Yeah.
So guiding bolt strikes, and for a split second, you and John can both see this dimly illuminated silhouette of a much taller figure than you remember disappearing. Hunched, probably a good 7 feet tall if they were to stand up straight.
Ooh.
But just this crooked, hunched figure with a craning neck and this very weird, like, bell-shaped almost body to it. Like, it's like a hunchback in robes of some kind. Much different sort of visual than what you recall Anticoda looking like.
14 radiant damage.
14 reading damage.
Ooh.
Oofy doofy.
Good
Big
shot.
damage.
And she's like
well.
semi-illuminated until the next turn.
Yeah, you have advantage on attack saves.
So there is a slight moment where you both can see this figure because of the guiding bolt. The light does not linger long. You can't really track it with this light. But just knowing that it was there, knowing that you struck true, you definitely feel confident that like this next hit, fuck this lady up. So that will take us down to Adlar, who I think is rushing out after you, Burberry, just to make sure. We'll see this, in fact, this flash before the light fades and the silhouette vanishes. Very quickly, draw an arrow and fire. Oh, damn it, my dice! Where'd it go? Tenzin, did you take it? No. Oh, it vanished.
With the way of Anticotum.
No,
Man,
my
this
fucking dice.
Venn diagram where these two circles meet would be a great place to hide. Silent and invisible.
Well, that dice completely fucking vanished off the face of the earth. Don't know where it went. Grabbing a new
You didn't
one.
roll a high enough investigation check.
You'll step on it in 2 days.
Yeah, probably.
You've
So
activated my
that
trap
is
card.
going to be a pretty big hit, I think. Adlar has good to hit, so 24 total.
Ooh, go Adlar.
Yeah, thank you for that guiding bolt, because that was a straight roll. He will activate Favored Foe for the second time today.
Favorite.
Add an extra d4 to this hit, and because she's been damaged, he'll add an extra d8 to that hit. And that's a terrible roll. Holy cow. 1, 2, 2, that's 5 plus 4.
Oh.
Poor Adlar. He can't get more than like a glancing shot on this fucking thing. But again, oh, that's Barnaby. No, that was the right one. Never mind. They're right next to each other. So another spurt of blood as the arrow whizzes past. And Adlar is like ready to fucking get chased. He will just keep on going with the rest of his moves. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's just running after this lady. Aloran, it is your turn.
How far away would I guess that she is from me?
From the sound of this, these cries and the shouting on the other side of the fog cloud, good distance, very good distance. The fog cloud is easily like 40 feet across, and I think you're familiar enough with this sort of technique as you can cast it yourself. You know how big to expect this cloud to be. It's a considerable distance from where you're standing, much further than you could run to in a second. You know,
About how far is like 50 feet from me?
50 feet from you would be like just past Burberry, probably, like right out here.
All right. Lauren is going to cast Bark Skin on herself,
Okay.
and then, as a bonus action, she is going to turn into a panther,
Okay.
and she is going to run 50 feet towards the sound of battle.
So, shapeshifting and plunging into the fog cloud, silently almost, kind of running almost on top of the water. Your svelte footfalls. Burberry, you watch as a jaguar fucking sails out of the fog cloud just past the tip of your nose, plunging towards the jungle after Adlar.
Oh, that's what it looks like to scale.
So, Noel, top of the order. Back
Right.
to you.
Yes.
You are standing next to the gatekeeper.
Is she real? Can I like?
She fucking looks real.
Can I like bump her
Would-
sleeve?
Your hand just passes right through it.
That's what I thought.
She kind of watches as you do that, cocks an eyebrow.
I had a feeling. Okay. So I'm hearing commotion across the bubble. I will. Can I? I just need to start seeing stuff. I'm just gonna. If I dash, could I get through the bubble entirely?
Yeah. 60 feet of movement will get you 20 feet outside the fog cloud.
Okay.
Hey, Pete,
Hmm?
I don't know if this helps or not, but if you want, you could just drop the bubble.
That's a different bubble.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is fog
Adlar
cloud.
maintaining the fog cloud.
my bad. I got myself.
Okay. I could drop that bubble.
You could ask Adlar to drop it if you wanted.
That's true. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's good to have a place to hide. I'm gonna go like, if we're kind of just estimating here, I'll just kind of be, maybe I'll get close to double. I'll be like right here.
Okay.
And that's movement action.
Charging
And then-
across it, almost hitting one of the stone monoliths. You're having to like spin off of it and keep running.
Do I
and
see
again, Burberry.
the globe before
Seconds
it
later,
fades?
Noel appears out of the cloud. What do you see?
Do I see the glow before it fades of the guiding bolt?
I would say at this point, probably not.
Because I think it does
start a new
last
round here.
till the next turn, right?
That would have been happening almost simultaneously to
Nah,
your short
it's
interaction with her last turn. So we're in that new 6-second frame.
It's just the next attack.
And yeah, Adlar took advantage of it already.
Oh,
so
right, okay.
That
Gotcha.
glow is completely faded.
Wait. Did Aloran see the glow?
No, you moved after Adlar took his shot.
I'm gonna bonus action give. I guess I'll give Aloran inspiration now because she does not have it. So, D6 for attacks or saves. If you need it. All right, that's my turn.
Sick. So, at the start of the turn, or at the start of the next turn, it is the Gatekeeper's turn. And you will all watch as she emerges. Not that rock. From the edge of the fog cloud, between John and Adlar. And you will see her waving a hand, attempting. Problem is, she can't see shit, and I think that makes casting spells a real pain in the ass.
It does.
Yeah.
She had like dispel magic.
It'd be really nice if she had that.
Damn.
Yeah, I think this might be the best. Well, maybe not the best. She'll try it. She will cast a spell. This sickly green beam of energy shoots out of her fingertip, kind of fuming with this noxious odor. And just kind of firing in the vague direction of that blood spatter. I'll say this will have advantage because she's invisible still. It's hard to aim this kind of shit. Wow. Okay. That was not great. I believe that's a failure. Yeah, that is a failure. Okay, wow. So, she's going to take a chunk of damage from that shot. 2, 3. There. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, nasty. Okay. 16, 24, 30. Ooh. Poison damage. Whoosh. As this ray collides with the invisible creature fleeing into the forest.
She did?
That will be her turn.
Or she not did?
You still hear the footsteps frantically rushing into the jungle. Oh, wait, excuse me. That's actually supposed to be an attack roll. The failed save is just for poison. That might still hit, though. Okay, no, she is dead set on killing this motherfucker. Yeah, that does hit. Just barely, though. Cool. As a layer action, a second. Gatekeeper materializes next to you, Noel.
Hello again.
You still have not answered my question.
I genuinely forgot it. It was like 30 minutes ago.
It was 6 seconds. Moving on. John, it's your turn.
Next turn.
Peter
just
genuinely
answer
forgot what the question was.
Okay, so I saw where the blood splattered. I saw where the flash was and everything like that, right? But it's not actually there anymore.
You saw the blood flash into the air and like fall to the ground. So you know the direction. You know where that bolt hit. Like you've seen this whole play interact, and you kind of trace the trajectory of this fleeing creature. It's definitely like almost a straight line, like ahead of you, like somewhere in this space at this point.
How far away then? Can I tell?
How far is that?
Approximately.
You're cutting out. I didn't catch that.
Approximately how far?
Let's see. So the blood spatter was about 50 feet, give or take. You'd guess she's probably somewhere within 50 to 60 feet of you,
Okay.
judging from the sudden barrage of attacks against her.
Can I go the full 30 feet towards it and then chuck a javelin where I think she is?
Yeah, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're basically sitting right next to the gatekeeper.
What's up, bestie?
Chuck a javelin. Go ahead and roll an attack roll with disadvantage.
Yeah, that's not hitting.
Oof. Another javelin whoosh, sails into the jungle. And again, the frantic footsteps of Anticotum charge into the jungle. And you just see trees rustling before falling still. So, Barnaby, who is still inside the fog cloud and has not seen any of this, what are you doing?
I'm gonna get out of this fog.
Cool. So you step outside, kind of emerging in front of one of the stone, standing stones, and you see the rest of the party all kind of assembled in a wide firing line, somewhat at a loss, looking on at the empty space in front of them.
I'm not seeing anything or hearing anything at this point.
At this point, not really, no. The clearing here is quiet. You would have heard like the sound of like brush being pushed away a moment ago, but as you kind of follow that sound out, all you'd really see is just kind of a couple of ferns just kind of bouncing lightly. Other than that, the grove is now quiet and still.
If I were to, let's see, how close could I get up to those ferns that you were mentioning?
You can walk all the way up to them, yeah. So they're pretty much like right here at the edge of the clearing, about 20 feet from the standing stones. And yeah, you head up to them.
Do I see footprints?
Give me a perception check.
At least I got a +1 of that. That's a 17.
17. Strangely, despite the dampness of the ground here, no sign of footprints.
She could fly.
The chase is definitely not afoot. There's no feet. But I'll keep my gun drawn, just keeping on the lookout.
Okay. So Barnaby keeps a lookout. Burberry, anything?
I can probably move forward 20 feet and do another blind fire of a guiding bolt.
Just firing into the jungle.
Why not?
Yeah, sure. Disadvantage.
Yep.
I rolled the same thing on both dice. So 19.
Damn.
Okay.
You hit a boggle.
Unfortunately, at this point, a boggle falls out of a tree. Ah! Why?
That's true.
Unfortunately, your guiding bolt collides with a tree deep in the forest. The tree briefly illuminates with a flash, and nothing
Quick,
further
hit
happens.
the tree. You have advantage.
You have advantage on the tree. Adlar will somewhat frustratedly kind of step up beside you. Barnaby kind of kneel down, furrowing his brow. There's nothing here. This is... He kind of looks back towards the gatekeeper standing next to you, John. Do you know what this is?
What?
The gatekeeper sort of nods. Says, yes. She is one of my kind, and she will be very difficult to track from this point forward. But for now, she is repelled. She will sort of turn to the rest of you. Her double standing next to you, Noelle, will kind of look down at you. You wanted to have a conversation. So let's talk.
I think that could be productive.
So, unless anybody has anything else they want to do,
I'll drop the
I think we can
silence.
safely assume combat is over. Not how I thought this was going to pan out, but interesting.
Lauren is going to turn back into fish person.
You return to humanoid form, standing in the midst of your party. So, is there anything anybody wants to do in the immediate aftermath of this battle?
I'm going to go up to Noelle. And I'm going to be like, give us a moment, to the gatekeeper clone. And I'm going to try to like pull her aside for a second and be like, all right, what's the game plan?
As you say that, the clone just fades away and dissolves into mist.
Well, you were telling the truth. We did come here on behalf of the island. I worry that...
So do we just keep going with that? Or...
It's the truth.
Going with it.
I don't know. I know it's the truth, but I don't know what they want from us.
Keep up the ruse. I
Yeah.
worry that she is going to... This kind of was a lesser of two evils thing. I don't think she's going to be amicable to terms. But maybe we could offer her something. I don't know. Let's just see where she stands at least.
You look back to the gatekeeper, where she's standing, or was standing next to John. She has already turned away from your party and is beginning to slowly make her way back across the shallow pond towards her cavern. Very faintly, you can see tendrils of blood still trailing in the water around the hem of her dress behind her.
Can I cast Cure Wounds on her, too? You know, let's...
You have to touch her.
Make her happy.
You do have
I
to touch her, yeah.
Oh, never mind.
You sure? She's within moving distance. You can do it in a turn. Not that you're in combat, but...
Okay, I'll go up to her and be like, I can heal you some more if you'd like.
She pauses, kind of looks over her shoulder down at you, and very curtly nods.
Then I'll touch her and cure
Okay.
wounds.
So, first, how much do you heal her for?
That's a great question. Let me look at Cure Wounds.
What the hell?
Dramatic.
Is this fucking music? This is not what I wanted.
Hey Jacob, you should come and see where Phoebe's at right now. It's really funny. I can't sit back. Do you see her?
Is she in your chair?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, a D8. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna do, we'll say, oh my god, this is so intense. Stop it.
I gave her 6 points of health.
6 points of health. Gotcha. Okay. It's not nothing. I will say, as you reach out and cast a spell on her, making contact with the gatekeeper, the cloth under your hands as you touch her dress, what you would expect to be the silky, sort of gossamer fabric, is rough to the touch, frayed like an old burlap sack. It's very incongruous with what you're seeing.
I'll compliment her dress and be like, that is a lovely dress you have.
She just kind of gives you this half smile. Like, not even a smile, just kind of a, oh yeah, almost expression, and just keeps walking back towards the cave.
I'll wait until like Noelle gets up close to me, and the rest of the party kind
Yeah,
of like
we'll
regroups.
start
And then I'll...
reconvene. You could probably drop the fog cloud, Adlar.
Probably wise. And he will do so, which is now whoosh, fading away from before the cavern.
Okay. I'll start walking over to this area where the gatekeeper, is heading.
Okay. So, I think this might be the point to call a break before we continue. Seems like a good spot. We're pretty close to 10 o'clock your time, 10 o'clock hours.
Okay.
So we want to pick up in like 10 minutes, say, like 8:52, 9:52, whatever it is where you're at.
Yep.
9:52, I think. And we'll pick up there as you guys enter a conversation with the gatekeeper.
Sounds good. Alright. I got us back on stream. Let's begin, or resume, I guess.
Onwards, yes. So, picking back up as the party collects themselves after this bizarre encounter. You guys begin converging towards the base of the mound as the gatekeeper makes her way back towards the cabin threshold. Well, if we are to talk, she says, as she turns back to you all, then you may enter my abode. Come. And she will turn back to the cave and step into the darkness.
I'll take out my magical lamp.
Okay.
And start going forward.
Onwards. So, stepping into the dark, barely illuminated by the light of your little crystal lamp, you march forward. And very quickly, this cave begins to shift from sort of a natural earthen entrenchment into something more elaborate. You start to see sort of protruding out of the stone walls these carved buttresses and pillars, roughly hewn, adorned with carvings of ivy, sort of beginning to give shape to this passage. And it goes on for a while. From the outside, the mound was big enough to support a very, very big tree, but you have been walking in a straight line forward from the mouth of this cave.
Are we going down?
Longer? No, you're going directly forward. Level ground. And up ahead there is a very dim firelight that begins to grow. And as you draw closer, you find yourself stepping up to the threshold of a large chamber. On the ground there is this beautiful woven carpets depicting this intricate sort of arboreal design of forest scene with numerous animals and humanoid creatures sort of interwoven in between the branches and roots. The walls are lined with these sort of carved pillars that arc upwards into these high archways that hold up the roof, which looks to have been smoothed into this really like pristine polished stone overhead that just kind of barely reflects the firelight. On the carpet in the middle of the room, you see that there is a long table and chairs. On either side of this table, there is a hearth, which houses a dim fire that does not look as though it has been tended recently. It's sort of smoldering embers that the gatekeeper is now sort of stoking one of them, throwing a couple logs onto it and starting to kick it back up again. At the far end of the table, there is this sort of high-backed chair. And behind that chair, against the back wall of this chamber, there are a pair of enormous double doors that stretch from floor to ceiling about 30 feet high. Heavy wooden with a very, very like sturdy metal bar set across the middle of them. Almost like the gate of a fortress.
Is this the gate you keep?
She just kind of smirks. Throws one more log onto the fire. And then sweeps across the room, her shadow taking this wide sort of swing around the room as she turns in the front of the fire and sits down in that high-backed chair. Won't you join me? As she gestures to the table, hands steepled.
I'll take a seat, and I'll put the lamp on the table.
I'll sit down too.
John, Barnaby, Burberry, anything?
I think I'll stay standing, but like I'll move close to the chair. Like,
Okay.
Is there any seat big enough for John?
Um,
Or sturdy enough for John, I should say.
I will say that the table does not really have any particularly large seats. They look like they're going to be kind of tight to sit down in with the arms on them. They don't look like fragile by any means. These look like they're pretty well-made chairs, but they're not big chairs.
John can just sit on the
Like
table.
John will find a corner to lean in.
Okay, he just kind of like posts up by the fireplace, crosses his arms all cool like, and just like... Okay.
Barnaby will sheepishly stow his gun away. Sit down.
Okay. You were also a very tall, big man, and it's a little tight for you as well, but not as bad as it would be for John. So, everyone's seated at the table. The gatekeeper kind of looks from one face to the other, and back to Noelle.
For whatever it's worth, we have been telling the truth so far. We were sent here.
Do you intend to lie at some point?
No, but you don't seem very like you trust us.
She takes a deep breath, kind of settles back into the chair. I apologize if my demeanor is somewhat frosty after what just transpired.
I
cannot say that I am pleased with how this encounter started.
Neither are we. We had hoped that this could just be a conversation. And this creature came into our midst just a day and a half ago now and started filling our heads with stories of betrayal and usurping. It put us on edge. Are they true?
Of course not.
Inside check.
yeah, I'm down for that, Sickness.
Sure, insight check.
I will also do an insight check.
Boop, boop.
Sorry, I'm using my phone for the character sheet, so it takes me a second. That is pretty good. 21 total.
21.
19 for me.
19.
A 14.
14 from a Lauren.
Yeah.
A Lauren, she seems pretty
Like, oh no,
open
she's
up.
hot.
First thought in her head every time she meets a new.
Lauren's like, damn, girl.
She's so fine, though.
Too bad I got
Now that
jealous.
we're not fighting anymore, I can really take in the sights.
Right.
Yeah. She'll
She
just
is,
kind of look
she is a beautiful creature. There is an unearthly beauty to her visage.
You're like, I bet she's a Pisces.
Like, genuinely, just picture like fucking Galadriel, right, from Lord of the Rings. You know, just this tall, ethereally lit elven woman.
She's somehow backlit at all times.
Yeah, you know, stars in the eyes, always shining. She is wearing this like flowing like red gown, which again you note does not bear any mark of injury on it. Interestingly, nor does she on her body anywhere. With the 19 and 21, you said, Noel?
That was mine.
Yeah. I think the two of you would kind of like meet eyes as she says that. Like, uh, as you're both sort of struck by the same sensation. This may be technically true, but you are dealing with a fey creature, and technicalities are a big part
Can I
of
ask?
their conduct.
Can I ask 2 questions?
You may.
Are you the same gatekeeper that has been dealing with the elders for the last several hundred years?
I am not.
Okay. My second question. Why is it that you're killing the people that are coming to you?
I have killed no one who has come to my glade.
On what is it that makes up a person? Is it their flesh, or is it their memories, their experiences, who they are?
You speak of the elf, Duto.
If you take away his memories and experiences, he's not him anymore. You essentially killed him.
You are stretching the meaning of the words, my large friends.
Am I? If
But I
you
take
change your shape,
point. Duto was an unfortunate circumstance. One that I hoped to have resolved this month. Unfortunately, it would seem the elders had other plans. Just kind of glances around to all of you again. And it would seem that my sister had plans of her own. And now we're here.
The elders were very
we
concerned.
came just to find out why things changed. That was our only goal until your sister interfered.
Well, if that's all you wanted, will that content you?
The elders were concerned about Doto. And rightfully so. What happened there? Because this whole thing basically started with him.
She sort of straightens in her chair, and there's this sinister. She sort of straightens her spine. This popping sound. Doto was sent to us after we requested the presence of a youth in our glade. To our dismay, they sent a young man, a young elven man, which was not what we had intended.
Had you
And
intended?
unfortunately, pardon?
I said, what had
What
you
did you-
intended?
We had hoped for a child.
So then Dodo is a child. What are you talking like? What kind of level of child are you talking about?
Yes, well, as I said, we had hoped for something much younger. Doto was not suitable to what we required of him. And though we attempted to perform the magic we sought through him, his unsuitability proved to be his own undoing. It is regrettable what came to pass there. However, you can tell your elders that they have no one to blame but themselves for his circumstances. They understood what was asked of them, and they chose an alternative interpretation.
If I may ask, what sort of ritual would require a child?
One that would give rise to another of my kind. As she says this, you hear the voice sort of shifting from this sort of airy, distant, powerful presence to something darker, heavier. And you can see in the eyes, even through the sheen of the light coming out of them, this dark presence. Clearly lurking behind the face.
When we first arrived, you, asked me to come and join you. Would I have been suitable?
Perhaps. You seem a good deal younger than dear Tuto.
Only on the outside.
But now that I get a look at you all, perhaps you would be more suitable. She turns to you, Noel. You seem to have been touched by our realm.
Is that
Oh,
where?
she was just gonna stop on touch. Oh, what you mean?
Is that where my people come from?
Your people have a connection to the Fae. One that weaves its way down through generations, ever present, sometimes hidden, other times ready to show itself, as it has with you.
I don't believe our interests align in that sense.
Well, at this point, I do not believe it is even my interest any longer. Given my sister's treachery, do not know that I have much more use for this place. She kind of does a quick pass over the hall around you. It was a lot of work getting in here, a lot of luck, and now it has all been squandered.
So, if you were not the gatekeeper that the elders were speaking with recently, I assume
it was certainly me.
Sorry, I mean
assure you
before this deal with Doto. Was that you still?
No.
Was it Anticotte?
As I said, certainly not.
Then who was it?
Whoever this is. She will sort of twist her hand, and between her fingers you will see this long, probably like 2 inches long, gleaming yellow crystal. She kind of like holds it up next to the firelight, and you can see almost sort of like a mosquito in amber. There is the silhouette of a tiny humanoid figure lit up by the firelight.
Out of character, What if it's fucking dresses from last campaign? That would be a hell of a fucking tie-in plot.
People in tiny crystals is my fetish, all right? Don't shame me.
This is not the first time. It's weird that it happened twice.
It's a good spell. But seconds later, the crystal will vanish. The hand is now empty again.
Okay, so I'll interject now, and then I'll be in character now. What do you want now?
I think at this point, I am best served by leaving this place.
Who will take your place?
I don't particularly care.
Oh, would it be possible to make it the jewel person again?
If you can get her out, by all means.
What if we can have the jewel?
I mean, all we gotta do is just, like, break the crystal, don't we? You know, like that story about the genie in a lamp, but it's a crystal.
But you have to rub the lamp.
Don't think
So do we have to
rubbing
rub
it
the
is
crystal?
going to help.
Well, you gotta do something with the crystal. I just figured breaking it is best. You know?
Can
You'll
Can
probably
I roll
accidentally
an
kill somebody.
Arcana check to see if it's like some sort of extremely high level dispel magic?
Yeah, you can attempt an Arcana check, see if you recognize maybe what sort of magic is happening here.
I guess we could theoretically dispel it.
I do not know. I can tell you right now with a whopping 7, I do not know.
Yeah, no.
Lauren's gonna throw it in there too, because she's seen some stuff. Why not?
Sure.
I get a +1. Ooh.
Ooh.
So, I got a 6. That's a big no-no.
You too got us.
Oh,
Single
magic.
digits.
What is magic?
It's so
I don't
People in
know how
crystals?
magic.
How magical.
Boy, she sure is hot.
How did you make that disappear from your hand like that? Wow.
How?
Ooh.
How do I turn into an animal? Oh my gosh!
How am I doing that? Oh my god.
You know, so 2 seconds. My brain is like, you know, I wonder if putting people in a crystal is a high or a lower level spell than getting them out of it. In which case, is there somebody running around just crystallizing people because they can't figure out how to reverse the process?
Just to be an asshole.
I'm gonna ask the gatekeeper if she put the old gatekeeper in the crystal.
Aren't you keen? Yes, it was me. Me and my dear, wretched sister. And as I said, our plan here did not seem to pan out. Certainly not to her tastes, not fast enough. As it would seem she involved you to press my hand. So, here I am, alone, with no coven to speak of, and no real ties left to this place. Now, I don't see any reason why things should end on a sour note between us. You did help me chase off that wretch, and I am grateful for that. So, I propose a deal. You may have the old gatekeeper. You may have the grove. You may tell your elders whatever you wish. All I ask is that I be left to leave unmolested. move on my merry way and make what I will of myself in this wide, wide world where I do hope we may never cross paths again.
I would be amenable to such a deal, although I do have to ask how you said that you were planning on resolving the thing with Doto. What could you elaborate on that?
Well, as I said, the whole situation with Doto is regrettable. Unfortunately, the magic that we attempted to perform with him did not take as we had hoped. It could unmake him, but it could not remake him into something new. So here he stays in this liminal state I'm sure you found him in.
Is this something that the old gatekeeper could fix?
Perhaps. I'll be honest with you all, I did not spend much time speaking with her before we trapped her in this.
If we were going to free her, is there any guidance you have to do that?
Good luck. If I may be perfectly frank with you all, things have been rough since dear mother died. I believe she departed this world long before she intended and was not able to impart upon me or my sister all her bountiful magical knowledge. The very spell we used itself was not something I concocted. It was a gift granted by a chance encounter with a kind stranger deep in the woods. We were fortunate that day. We have not been so fortunate since. I do not know the particulars of how this spell was crafted, only how to turn it on, how to aim it, not how to turn it off.
Right. I want to scoot away from the fire.
Big, nasty Lukey in the middle of the table. She's just gonna scoop it up on a finger, kind of glance around at all of you, and just lower the hand under the table.
It's not quite as sexy now.
Yeah, no. You'll see a Lauren who's been kind of like, ooh, she's gonna be like, ooh.
Which is funny because Lauren has already made contact with her and definitely felt something that was not visible.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Is Doto's condition something that you cannot fix or will not fix?
If I knew how, it would be in my interest to offer it in order to keep things amicable, wouldn't it? And yet, I am at a loss. Apologies.
If we are to fix it, it would be nice to know what happened. You have been very vague so far.
It is not a simple thing, this transition. In order for one to be anointed in the sisterhood, they require a certain level of malleability, importance to the process. a lot of herbs and spices. A great potion is made. A feast is prepared. A grand ceremony.
I can do all that. I can do all the cooking.
I'm sure it is not like any meal you've ever had, Mr. Barnaby.
I don't know. I got some fancy spices.
At any rate, Dodo was far too old, far too set. There was only so much the magic was able to do, old and powerful as it is. It could not change him as we had hoped.
Where did his memories go?
Into one of us. Like me and my sister.
So you have his memories?
And that was an answer to Clark's question, excuse me.
Oh, okay.
We do not have them. We had no interest in them.
Wait, what was the answer to my question?
What was your question?
They were attempting to turn him into one of them.
He posted it in general.
Oh,
A thing, or like one of them literally?
I believe they were trying to complete their coven, which,
Cat is gonna roll a thing. Because she knows a thing.
No, he does not. Never mind.
Cat's on the right track, for the record.
Are there any other covens that we could talk to?
She kind of flares the nostrils. They're out there somewhere, I'm sure. Causing trouble in their little corners of the world. You could seek some of them out, I'm sure, if you were so inclined, though I would warn you to be careful. A full coven is a very different sort of thing from a lone old woman like myself. I'd advise you don't get in over your head.
Dodo don't got no memories. We can't get this lady out of this.
Yeah,
this shard.
out of character. This is a pretty shit sitch.
Yeah. So I don't know, guys.
If you're trying to transition a character into another person into a Fae, not a copy of you, Fae, wouldn't it be better to ask for someone with like no family ties, like an orphan, instead of just saying a young person?
An orphan's not a terrible idea, actually.
I mean, you're essentially giving them a thing. You're essentially giving them a family.
Oh, no. John, why don't you save that thought? I don't think you like where this is going to go, so you might want to stop.
I'm confused, because as far as I'm understanding, they're just wanting to turn one of them into essentially another Fae to become part of their company. Is that not what they're doing?
They tried to turn Dodo into
I mean, you're not wrong, but
Heard about covens is no more.
I'm
Don't want
confused.
that.
I'm confused.
Okay, out of character, can we explain this real quick, please?
What have we pieced together here, Flat?
Yeah, can we get like
Basically,
I'll say give me some either like history or arcana checks.
I feel like we all have a
Also-
slightly different picture of what we're talking about.
14?
Me roll a 2.
14. Ooh, good job, Noel.
What happened?
All right, Barnaby.
I didn't do
Down
good
to 12.
on the Oh, wait.
12.
Can I do it as a religion check?
I mean, it's still a 14.
I don't know that religion necessarily applies here.
Okay.
I'd say
Because-
Arcana or History are the two to go for. Either old stories or knowledge of different magics.
Everything's at a +4, so yeah, 14.
Yeah. Okay. 14.
And
You
can
could use your inspiration.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
that's
okay.
true.
So
You could use inspiration here.
So I'm gonna go ahead and just lay out what my understanding is, because in your land they're taking in a kid and just turning it into a fae, and then they're gonna join this coven and it'll be happy day. But you notice that they said they had to dismantle the person first before putting it together.
So it's not like just, oh, I've changed race. It's like a completely not the same person. It's like changeling logic from fairy tales. Like, it's an entirely different thing that just looks like the thing.
Right.
Yeah, I would say Burberry with a 14. You guys did grab a book of Fae stuff,
That's true.
and I think the mention of the word coven probably rings a bell, and you recall that word appearing in a passage regarding Fae creatures known as hags.
Oh my God. Ugh.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I was like, I know it's a hag thing, but Burberry
No.
doesn't know.
And while you don't recall the specifics from that passage, you do remember none of it was good.
No, and hags are not nice people.
Mm-mm.
No,
I
we're
see. I thought they
lucky.
were just
We're
like.
lucky she's offering this to
I thought they were just turning them into like a fae, and then they were basically going to become.
No.
It's
That's
worse
No,
than that.
they're basically gonna turn a kid into a twisted witch child.
Just like Mummy.
No, hags are not nice things. So, like, Burberry is trying to, like, because you're going, oh, you mean we're giving an orphan a home? And Burberry's like, don't tell them about your family.
John,
Oh, how lovely!
Burberry is just like frantically signing at you, like, stop!
I thought
However,
it was going to be
John,
like an orb.
You do have the gatekeeper's attention right now.
I
and
thought it
she
was like
did.
they were giving an orphan a home, like thing. I didn't think they were like turning him into some kind of freak.
So here's where we're at in this conversation. All right, John has kind of just absolutely kind of just mentioned this, right? Burberry is like, fucking stop, shut up, stop, say nothing more. The gatekeeper is looking at you, John, and has asked you, did you have one in mind? How the fuck do you
No,
change
I
the
was-
subject?
I was just idly thinking, like, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, cool. I'll say give me either a persuasion or deception. Your call, depending on
I mean,
how...
that was literally what I was thinking. It was like,
Sure.
No, the original plan.
Depending on how much of a grasp John has of what Burberry is kind of like trying to
John has no
communicate
idea
subtly.
what.
Sure. He's just
Oh,
like,
like,
I was
if-
just saying, orphans
if-
would be great.
So Burberry is gonna message John in this case because Kat did try to actually say this.
Stealth check, by the way, Cat.
Okay.
Sleight of hand.
17 for persuasion.
17. Okay.
Just gonna get a message in my head that says, "So, what you talking about?" 18.
18. Okay. Sure. Yeah. The hag does not seem to react.
Cool. And Burberry's gonna message, John, I know that you have the best intentions, but trust me whenever I say, don't say what I think you're about to say.
I don't care if that was 25 words. That's great.
Message has no limit.
Does it?
It's just
I
got to
thought it was
be
25
a
words.
short message.
Okay, fair.
I think you're thinking of Standing Stone.
With the 17 from John on that persuasion check, I think the gatekeeper kind of just sighs and says, well, I'll just have to keep an eye out then. It's not a terrible idea.
Getting bullets over here.
Would be a good way to restart.
I have a question. How is the title of gatekeeper passed? Is there something that actually passes on to someone when they become the gatekeeper, or is it just I killed the old one, so I guess I am one now?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. We managed to trick the old one into letting her guard down long enough to get her in here, and we took up the post. Now, there is a power in this grove. That I am sure of, and to my eternal displeasure, I have yet to find a way to dislodge my predecessor from her current connection with the grove itself. So in practice, it has been little more than a convenience identity.
Let's hear if I can see this shard with the person in it.
Give me a persuasion check.
Ooh, all my persuasions are 19 plus like 4. I think that's like a 23. Yeah.
Do you fancy the pretty thing? As she kind of twists her fingers and it kind of materializes in the air in front of you, kind of floats over to you.
Can I try and touch it?
I'm gonna try to.
Not with my hand. I'll swing a sleeve at it.
It just kind of floats right through it.
Oh, so this isn't real. Okay, cool.
It looks super like identical to the one she pulled out earlier. It is still like a 2-inch long, like yellow crystal. And now that you're looking at it closely, you can see very faintly in miniature, there is a nearly identical tiny figure of the gatekeeper frozen inside of this crystal.
Can I message this crystal?
Ooh.
You try.
Yes, I do that.
Okay. What do you say?
This is weird. Is anyone home?
Help me.
Burberry says nothing for now.
Give me another stealth check.
Quick, hide the expression of my face.
Stealth or sleight of hand?
Don't you have a mask for that?
That was okay, rolled a nat 20.
Nice.
Sure. Yeah, Burberry's just got all of his limbs like tucked into his robe, like just sitting perfectly still as he's like rapidly signing to make the spell somatics happen. Nobody can see shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Burberry, you get that very pained response to your message.
So, I'm gonna ask, does anyone have any questions? Also, I think we should discuss the offer.
You mean out of character discuss it, or
Like,
In character,
or like tell her to step
I
out
mean,
of
I
the
don't
room for a
care.
minute?
We should discuss it so John has an idea what the fuck is going on.
Out of character, Cat has no questions. In character, Burberry is for taking this deal.
Yeah, I want to take this deal because I think we can maybe find a way to get her out. Maybe.
Like trade for weird
Out
yellow
of character,
soda.
I'm trying to think of a way to leverage this into fixing Dodo somehow, but she seems pretty
Well,
hands tied, or at least she's
Right,
saying
so-
as much.
I think we're gonna have.
I'm
better
kind of like the person that's in the yellow crystal, the old gatekeeper, right? Didn't she say she had way more magical knowledge than she does?
Yes, I think we should try to.
So
focus on
if we can figure out a way to release her,
Wouldn't she maybe be able to fix Dodo?
That's my thought.
It's possible. It's also possible that he could be fixed by an extremely high-level curative, which I am just not a high enough level to cast yet.
I do agree with the sentiment. I think freeing the gatekeeper is important. And given that we learned that the gatekeeper title is kind of just, she's just cosplaying basically, it sounds like. She doesn't actually get any real power from this grove, or not all of it, or something like that. I worry that when we let her go, Auntie Kodam's just going to come back and try and take that title for herself. So we are kind of stuck here, and we need to kill her, potentially.
Probably, yes.
I was gonna say maybe the elders back in the village can help us with the crystal, like releasing the person.
I hate to sound super doubtful of our esteemed elders, but I don't feel like they would be super happy with the reinstatement of a magical being that was demanding particular tides.
Well, I thought the current one was the one doing that, and the old one was the one that just wanted like fruits and shit.
That's correct.
Correct.
Fair enough.
It's like
I think we should just take the crystal. We stay in the grove. If Annie Kodam comes by, we like kill that bitch. And while we're here, try to like see if we can figure out how to free her, since this is technically her grove.
I will say this very, very quietly, and if you want to roll stealth checks or I'll use viral message or whatever.
Okay.
But I'll say,
I mean, she might know how to free herself. She is in there.
Oh.
Then let's get the crystal.
I have a...
Gatekeeper before.
Well, I should have clarification for the horrible sneezy hag.
You look back at her and she has a finger in her mouth. Yes.
Ugh. What the fuck was my question? That was so gross.
But just did an intimidation
Yeah,
check.
that was a nat 20 intimidation check against Noelle right there.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I do remember. So I get the sense that deal making has an amount of sway with you and fey creatures in general. I see. Was Doto's situation caused by a deal, and could a new deal undo it?
Unfortunately, what befell poor Doto was far older, far more primal magic than that which suffuses Fey custom. We are bound to our words, yes, but...
Actually, sorry.
No, please go on, you're already talking.
I'm sorry. Could you tell me the spell that you used? Aloran understands primordial.
I've used lots of spells in my time. You're going to have to be more specific.
The spell you used on Doto.
It's, as I said, not a spell in the sense your kind would understand it.
Okay, how
It
about
is
the spell with the
magic.
crystal?
Old, powerful magic.
What about the crystal spell?
The crystal, as I said, was a gift from a kind stranger. I don't know any more about it than that. It worked. Swimmingly.
Do you remember the words or anything?
Probably kind of like a spell scroll, Aloran.
They escape me now. But they taste it phenomenally. Truly exquisite. If you ever have the chance to use it yourself, I would have to recommend it. It was excellent.
Alright, out of character. This conversation's over. This bitch is not helping us anymore. And I think we can just move on. Because it's just gonna go circle.
Also out of character, can we just take a moment to admire the fact that there's some random ass stranger giving high level soul sealing spells to hags out there somewhere?
Seems a bit troublesome.
What does Adlar look like right now in this conversation? What's he
Adlar has been dead quiet this whole time. He's probably sitting down next to Barnaby, and he is just staring daggers at the gatekeeper.
Staring daggers at me.
It would not take a high insight roll at all. Like, every single one of you can see it on his face. This man wants fucking blood. But to his credit, he has been very quiet and very patient, allowing you guys to make your negotiation.
I think seeing the sort of impatience growing on Lauren's face, I would say there is one element of this we have not touched on at all, and I don't even know if we can now, given how things have played out. But is there any way you could give us some information on behalf of our friend Barnaby, who is currently in search of answers, which you might have?
Perhaps. I suppose I would be amenable to such a conversation if we are in agreement that once we are finished talking, we are parting ways. No harm, no foul. No further blood drawn.
I'll look at Barnaby, see what he thinks.
Next to you, Barnaby, you see Adlar, like, gritting his fucking teeth.
Yeah, Barnaby's a little stuck right now. He's starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, two people staring at you, both wanting this to go in different directions.
Can I discuss the issue with my group real quick? In private.
If you would like a second sidebar, you are welcome to it. By all means. In the meantime, is anyone hungry?
No, thank
I'm
you.
I think I'm
peckish.
good, thanks. But feel free to snack yourself.
I think I shall.
Nom, nom, nom,
She
nom.
will rise from her chair and make her way to the side of the room where a cupboard that no one had noticed upon entry seems to have been just waiting, and starts rummaging around inside.
Do we have a moment to whisper?
Yeah.
While they're discussing, I'm just going to watch her.
Probably a good idea.
Okay. You watch as she covers and like on the shelves, like there are numerous glass jars. There's like a pretty high top shelf, like high ceilings, where you've got like kind of cloves of garlic hanging and like strings of like birds' feet, it looks like. And she is just kind of like very slowly perusing, like kind of lifting lids, taking a sniff, closing, like just kind of like browsing in this pantry, trying to find a snack.
Can I roll perception on that?
Perception?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I don't trust this bitch.
What are you trying to see exactly?
I'm trying to see if she's like mixing a damn potion or something. 21.
21.
Wait, no. Yeah.
21. Okay. She like grabs a jar and like uncorks it and kind of peeks inside, shakes it a little bit, corks it again, puts it back. She grabs another jar, takes a little glass lid off, goes. She pauses, kind of glances over her shoulder at you and sees you looking, gives you a little smile, and she says, "My cauldron's over there, darling." And she points over to the fire, and there's a very large black cauldron sitting. Surprised you missed it, honestly. That's weird. Was that there before? But she just continues perusing the cupboard, humming softly to herself. Before eventually, she finds a jar, grabs a bowl out of a drawer, and pours the contents into the bowl. Kind of turns back to you with a smile and begins popping what looks like little grapes into her mouth. Watching as you guys carry your little whispered conversation. So Aloran is currently kind of like way focused on her while the rest of the party's talking. What are you guys discussing?
Adlar, if you stare any harder, you're gonna burn a hole in the wall.
Oh. So, I guess after she starts eating the grapes, she'll like turn her attention back to the group, but occasionally like side eyes.
Or is there anything that you would like to add to this conversation?
Who are you asking? Barnaby?
Adlar.
Oh, Adlar. Yeah. He seems to not be responding.
Oh, Adlar, yeah.
He's been totally silent this entire time.
This woman destroyed my friend. And now we are considering letting her walk away unscathed.
Does killing
This is a bad deal.
Does killing her fix it?
Take 2 bullets.
This is a bad deal.
Does killing her fix it?
She is lying to us.
I don't care. We are all in civil. She's not gonna be able to escape very easily.
Could you repeat that? I didn't.
I couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah, that was
Out of character. We are all in a small room together with her. It's not very likely she's gonna escape.
This. Just as I don't think she'll get away, but this room seems to be a bit wonky, so I wouldn't hold regular laws of physics to it.
That's true.
Wow, there's a wall between you and her. That wasn't there before. How strange. How didn't you notice that?
If we kill her, Adlar, we could very well lose the old gatekeeper.
if we kill her, the crystal is still there. She's keeping it. She still has it.
Noelle, you know what this calls for?
She has already admitted she has no power here.
Mage.
She is one lone hag. What was that?
Aloran said I should use Mage Hand to try and steal the crystal. That would be a
From Noelle.
hell of a
Not this
sleight of
again.
hand check.
Not this again.
Alright, but first you need to transform into a giant spider to distract her.
I could do that.
I'm glad the party could laugh about this, though. Adlar does not know what this means.
I'm I'm not opposed to either option. I don't think she's like a good person, so I don't think we should really let her like out into the world to release whatever happened and create this coven. Because her description of it sounds atrocious.
I guess I just feel like we are a little out of our depth.
I usually feel like we're out of our depth, and yet here we are, in very deep.
That deep.
I don't disagree, but I don't think there is another choice. Not for me.
So, Adler, if we take this deal and let her walk, are you still going to attack her?
Take this deal, you are betraying my friend. You are betraying me.
I mean, to
I
be fair,
cannot side with you on this. Alord's literally doing the calculus in her head. How valuable is Adlar to us?
I mean, he's pretty good with a bow, but he's done very bad damage, so...
no.
His
Allure,
DPS is lacking. Fog Cloud's a cool trick, but like, I could do that.
no. She's not thinking about murdering. She's just thinking, is it worth letting this like lady go free to create whatever destruction and mayhem she wants? When we could technically just kill her or distract her, take the crystal while she's not paying attention.
Can we see the crystal on her? I thought she had it like magically stowed away or something.
I'll say give me a perception check.
I mean, she pulled it out so Allure can go, ooh, shiny.
Perception, you said?
Well, that
Yeah.
wasn't real though.
Yeah, that one wasn't real. I rolled shit. That's a 9.
But I could talk to it.
She's just standing there eating grapes.
Right, yeah, I'm a little confused. Was the one
if it
she
wasn't
floated...
real, I couldn't talk to it.
Was it an illusion, or was it real? Because Burberry talked to it.
It's weird, yeah. You cast message, and you can cast message on a creature that you know is within range, right?
So you're saying that I know that the crystal is around somewhere, but it wasn't necessarily the one that was
Yeah.
floating in front. Okay.
Interesting.
Wait. Do I have a spell prepared that will help with this?
I mean, I could prep locate object again.
Give us 24 hours.
No, I don't need 24 hours.
Wait, so Burberry, I have a question. Did you tell us that you have spoken to this lady?
Yes.
Okay. Can you message her again, stealthily, and ask where she's at?
I don't think that she has quite that presence of mind.
Did you ask her if she knows how to break out of the crystal? Or how we can break out of the crystal?
Wasn't my priority. Mostly I was just seeing if something was in there and all I got was a help me.
I meant now. I wasn't saying anything about before.
I suppose I could give it a try.
Sure. I message the crystal again and say,
Oh, this is awkward. Do you know where you are?
You get a faint response, another sort of pained utterance. I can see you.
So she can see us.
Alright,
Ask
right.
where
Did you
are
say
we?
can or can't?
Can.
Can.
Ask where she sees us from.
Okay, stealth check for that first message, first off. Or sleight of hand, I guess, whichever one.
gonna use advantage or inspiration.
Ooh.
So the first roll was a 4.
Ooh.
And the second roll was a nat 1.
Ooh.
Inspiration coming in clutch as always.
Very helpful.
So we're gonna use the 4.
Okay.
That's gonna bring it to a whopping 8.
Nice. From across the room, you hear the gatekeeper kind of chuckle. Everything all right over there, little one? She'll start to sort of saunter over towards your group. Sounds like you're coming to a conclusion here.
Yes, right after the massive inward panic.
And yes, I do say that in character out loud.
So, how's everyone feeling? She'll pop another grape into her mouth.
A little gassy.
I have something for that.
I'm fine.
If you change your
Appreciate it, though.
minds, let me know, dearie.
I think nobody wants to make this decision. Both options are bad.
Lauren can make a decision, but she's afraid to look mad at her.
John pulled out a D20. God, let's roll for it.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Protection from Evil and Good on Adlar.
I'm gonna share a look with Adlar and be like,
And what is it exactly we're doing now, little one? You can hear her tone shifting, and she sort of puts the grapes down and starts standing up from her chair. Adlar just looks down at you like, I'll be doing this?
okay, well... Lauren's picking up some vibe, and I hope this is the right vibe, because she's gonna turn into a bear and start mauling.
I was gonna rage and swing.
And thus the
I was
decision
gonna
was
rage
made.
and swing.
Let's roll some initiative, guys. Hell
Here we go.
yeah.
Oh no, here we go again. Barnes pulls out his gun. At least I
John
didn't.
got a non-natural 20.
At least I don't feel bad this time.
I got
Alright.
a 21. I rolled
20
high.
from John. How much was that from Noel?
I have not rolled yet.
Lauren, excuse me. God damn it.
21.
A 1?
21.
21. Oh, okay. Good.
19 from Barnaby.
Damn. Y'all popping off.
16.
16 for Burberry. Adlar didn't roll great.
So I looked at it this way. Adlar is gonna attack her either way.
Yeah.
Honestly, though.
And like, while I'm not super keen on the fighting, fighting a fey creature of whatever, I want to help my friend out. So even if I'm not actively instigating, I'll help a friend out.
Yeah, after she
What
saw
a
you cast
blow.
that spell, because Lauren knows that spell, so she was like, oh, okay, we're doing this guy.
Okay, so Noel, what was yours?
8.
8. Oof. All right.
Wait, we're doing
So,
this?
Top of the order, John, my guy. Let's fucking go.
Wait, what did John? I thought he had a 20.
Oh no, 21. Sorry, Aloran. Excuse me. 21, Aloran. Yeah. Shapeshift into a fucking bear and just jump this bitch, right?
Yeah, I did.
Let's go. Roll the hit.
Alright.
Fucking lunging, knocking the table over. Grapes go flying across the floor. She's like, "You mother!" It's the fucking bear jaws close on her.
Grapes!
My grapes!
So
My
first
grapes
roll-
filled with my snot.
My snotty grapes!
So my first roll is a 19, and my second roll is a natural 20.
Lauren wanted
Shit.
blood.
Those definitely fucking hit. Go for it. Give me some damage.
Alright, so my first attack
So you know those hit points that I gave you earlier? I'll be taking those back now.
So my first one's a 9. And how does the crit work?
Double the dice.
Okay. So if it's 2d6, it's 4d6?
Yep.
Correct. Play, what do you have for initiative order?
Lauren's top. Then John.
Mm-hmm.
Then Barnaby.
Okay.
Then Burberry. Then Adlar. And then Noel. And somewhere in there is the gatekeeper.
That is why I left spaces.
So in total, Oznal does 30 damage.
30 total?
Yep. My
Damn.
Jesus.
21 damage.
And she dies.
Jesus. So
Oh, that was a lot easier than I thought.
over the table and immediately just fucking clamps down with her and just fucking starts clawing. There's blood all over the floors and walls
And
now,
grapes.
and this woman is just gagging horribly. So John, it is your turn.
John's
Lauren's going to freaking balls to the walls on this lady.
John's gonna rage as his bonus action, and then he's
Hell
gonna
yeah.
reckless attack.
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, let me see what I get here. First roll's a 14, second roll's a 2, so 14 plus 6, so that would be 20 to hit.
20 damage, very nice.
No, 20 to hit.
Oh, 20 to hit? Yeah, 20 definitely hits. Excuse me.
20 damage is a lot. I don't know if I can do that. So that would be 1d10. So plus 6. That is 10 damage total.
Very nice. Okay, so 10 damage to the gatekeeper. The glaive cuts into her side. Another flash of blood. Another screech. The lair action comes up now. And Lauren, your grip on the gatekeeper suddenly, she's in your mouth and then suddenly she's outside it. It's like she just fucking slipped between your teeth. And there is an ugly, bloody grimace on her face now. Barnaby, it is your turn.
I think we know what I'm doing.
You're throwing a knife.
Classic part.
Out of
If
a
by
gun.
knife you mean small metal ball accelerated at fast speeds.
If by knife you mean a 45 ACP cartridge, yes. Yes, I am. Go for it, man. What's your roll? What you got?
That is a 19 plus 8.
Definitely
That was
hits.
so close to a crit. I could taste it. And that is 15 damage.
Woo, 15. Okay. Good damage. Anything else on your turn?
Nope.
All right, Burberry, it is your turn.
She did not roll.
I'm just gonna warn y'all that I'm not gonna be super useful in this fight. I'm gonna be using my channel divinity to swap out the spells that I had prepped for today.
Okay, sure.
So I want to change out my level 2 spells. And then I will go ahead and be sad for 2 seconds. So that's my turn. That's what I'm doing
Cool.
this one.
All right. So Burberry's gonna focus his divine energies and begin preparing himself with spells he needs. And that will bring us to the gatekeeper.
Locate object. That's what I'm doing.
Gotcha. So, the gatekeeper, glowering at you, Lauren and John, is going to sink into the floor. If you want to make opportunity attacks, you may.
Okay, I will. Alright, so roll the dice.
Sorry, you said I could attack?
Okay, do I just roll?
Okay, I'm going to.
Mhm.
That's my sentinel attack, right?
Yep.
Okay. That'd be a 22 to hit.
Ooh, shit. Yep, that'll work.
I rolled a.
And what?
24. Lauren, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, I didn't know if you were talking to me. I rolled a 12 plus 5, so
How much total?
17.
17. Okay, that will also just hit. So that those will both hit. Go ahead and give me some damage then. And her speed is reduced to 0 until the end of the turn. Correct, John?
Yes, and my damage is 15.
Cool. Damage is 15.
I'm probably clawing at her. Ooh, max damage.
How much was? Oh, 12.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. So she can't move. That really fucked her over. So she is with a grimace. This horrible snarl on her face is going to conjure her magic powers. You see lightning crackling around the tips of her fingers again. And I'm going to need, I think, pretty much everyone to make a dexterity saving throw, since you were all sort of seated at this table before this all popped off.
What about John, since I was standing against the wall?
Well, you just ran up to her and hit her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you would be in line. Well, actually, okay. This is not as wide as I thought it was. Who was on what side of the table? Because Lauren just fucking rushed her and is like directly in front of her.
I had mentally pictured it as a Lauren
her.
being on the side of the table that she was on of that in the room. Like she was watching her, kind of sitting in the seat, looking back.
Right. Yeah.
So I just assumed, I guess, that like Noel was sitting next to Adlar. I don't know. Wherever you put him, I'll be next to Adlar. That's where I'll lock in.
Okay. Adlar would have had to be next to Burberry, so that's 3 people on one side. So I assume a Lauren, John, and Barnaby would be on the other side.
Okay, sure.
So, okay. So I will need a Lauren, John, and Barnaby to make dexterity saving throws.
22.
Okay.
17.
17. Good.
16.
Very good, everyone. Everyone succeeds and will only take half damage.
Ooh, this is a lightning bolt.
A lot of dice.
What type of damage?
We're about to find out.
10,
Pretty
20,
sure it's lightning.
25, 27 lightning damage as an
All
enormous arc of lightning shoots from the tips of her fingers all the way across the room, narrowly avoiding the 3 of you as you all dodge out of the way. You can feel, arcs of this lightning kind of like jumping off the bolts, kind of singeing you, but not
You said 23?
making full contact. 27 total. So
Is that
it would
the
be
half version?
13.
Okay, I was going to say.
And as she does this, she says, "You fools would know a good deal if it bit you in the ass." And that will take us to
Adlar.
Adlar's turn, who, from his spot next to you, Burberry and Noel, you just gave him protection from good and evil.
Yep. They have any creature of a specific type will have disadvantage on attacks against him.
Interesting.
Let me double check.
So, one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures. Aberrations, celestials, elementals, face, fiends, undead. They all have disadvantage against them, cannot be charmed or frightened or possessed by them. And if they are already charmed, frightened, or possessed, they have advantage on new saves against it. Cool. So, he's pretty protected then. That's good. And he is going to shoot an arrow at this bitch, because that's what he does.
Roll good damn.
Thankfully. Yeah, he's got some bonuses for that. That's going to be a solid... Oof, that's bad.
Coming in clutch. Adlar.
Yeah, he's not gonna hit. That's gonna be a fucking 13. I think between the lightning bolt and the dodging bear and giant John and slightly less giant Barnaby, there's a lot of people he's trying not to hit at the same time. And the arrow shoots wide and off the stonework before wedging itself somewhere in the ceiling. He's like, shit. Before he kind of runs to the far side of the room towards that barred gate to get some distance. Noelle, it is your turn.
Well, time to find out if she has legendary saves. Bonus action, I will expend a bardic inspiration to use unsettling words.
Okay.
And I will just say you should not have done that. I rolled a 5, so she deducts 5 from her next saving throw, and as my action,
Oof.
I'll cast Hideous Laughter.
Oof. Fucking love this spell. Cool, yeah. So, she has to make a save. -5. And what is the save type? A wisdom?
Just double checking wisdom saving throw.
Okay, -5, yeah. So that would be a failure, but you are correct. She will be burning a legendary resistance to protect herself from that particular spell. In response, is there anything else on your turn did you want to do, or is that the end?
Is she doing something on my turn, or are you saying like
It'll be
at
the end of your
the
turn.
end of my turn? Is there anywhere I can find cover in this room? Could I like duck behind the table or something?
You could hide behind the table if you wanted, or try
Dive behind the couch.
I will at least try to.
The table gives you probably like half cover.
I would try to get out of her eye line if possible.
There's not really a good spot in the room.
Right.
That
I'll
does
take
that.
the half cover behind the table then.
Cool.
And I'll back away from her a little bit too.
Sure. As you do that, she will kind of sneer at you and say, "You think your paltry magic can save you now?" And I will need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I mean, it would have if you didn't have fucking legendary resistance. I don't get those. I'm gonna use my.
No, you just have a team of 6 people ganging up for
I'm gonna
her.
use my inspiration because I rolled a 5, so let's see if I can do better.
Okay.
That's better. And I have proficiency in wisdom saving throws now because of the last level up. So that is a 21 to save.
You are proficient, and her vicious mockery of your paltry magics. Fuck this bitch. You're gonna kick her ass. Who cares? So, top of the order, Aloran the bear. What do you want to do?
I would like to move around to her backside and then attack.
Sure.
Come on,
Why
nat
not?
20.
You're a big ass bear. You can fucking go where you want in this room. Just like fucking smack the table aside or like grabbing her by the ankle, shaking her. Go ahead and roll the hit.
Okay. All right. Ooh, so that is a 24 for
Hits.
the first one. Oh man, I am rolling great. And a 23.
Very nice.
Awesome.
23. Cool.
Okay.
Both hit.
Yep.
Give me some damage.
Alright. So my first one's going to be a bite. And that does 7 damage.
7.
And I rolled 9 for the claws.
9. So 16 total. Very nice. Yeah. Despite her relatively pristine appearance, aside from the bloody snarl that's now appeared on her face, she still looks great, but there is fucking blood everywhere. It is on the floor, on the walls, on the table, on the chairs. You are eviscerating her, and she is showing no sign of wear. And it's so frustrating. How much blood can she possibly have? You just gotta keep tearing. At the end of your turn, she is going to lash out at you with a wide swing of her hand. That is going to be a nat 20.
Silver
So
barbs.
you're gonna take a chunk of damage. Oh, fuck you.
What happened?
Yeah, no. You know what? No. Counterspell. She has reactions. And she can use it. So she's like, stop that. And she's swinging. She shoots her other hand out towards you, Noelle, and counterspells that. So that is the only reaction
Ooh,
she
I
has.
have a quick question. How long after the last battle has it been?
It's been less than an hour. Easily. Like, you guys have been talking maybe half an hour.
Okay.
Y'all are still like right where you were at the end of that fight. So she's gonna take a hit at you. That's gonna be some dice. You're gonna take.
Okay.
Stop it! I want my one swing. Okay. 12, 21, plus, so 25 slashing damage. As sharp razor fucking claws rake across your snout, gouging deep into your face. You can't help but like recoil from the pain of it.
Lauren is a fish person again.
Oh shit!
Oh, there's
Ouchie.
And I'm guessing during that conversation that was not a short rest, right?
No.
Okay, cool.
Definitely not.
I was pretty relaxed.
So, yeah, that was
Are
her
you out
second.
of wild shapes?
That was her second legendary action.
Yes, I am out of wild shapes. Yes.
Ooh,
So, yeah.
shit. John, it is your turn.
John is going to continue his rage,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to do the same thing as he did last time with reckless attack.
Okay.
It does a. Sorry, I'm trying to do math. 19 hit.
19 will hit.
Okay. And that is 10 damage again.
All right, another 10. Another spray of blood across the carpet. With her final legendary action, she will lash out at you as well, John, with advantage because you reckless attacked.
Yeah.
That's an 8, and that is cocked. Okay, that's a 13 plus 6. 19?
19 does it.
19 hits. John, you're going to take some slashing damage.
Is
Yeah.
halved.
9 plus 4, 13, halved down to 6.
Okay, and then I'm going to
She
use my bonus
scratches your
action.
rock hard abs and comes away slightly perplexed by nails. They don't cut deep enough into your chiseled bod. What's
I'm going to
happening?
use my bonus action and dredge liner.
Yeah, sure. Well, no, wait. That's your that would have been the end of your turn. She's going to do that to you. So you want a dredge liner on your turn?
Oh. Well, how far away is she?
She would be next to you if
Oh,
you're
never
attacking her.
mind.
Yeah.
I thought she was like 10 feet away.
No, you like ran up next to her with Aloran, and y'all just started fucking boom, 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 banging on her.
Never mind.
So, lair action, I don't think there's really a good one beyond what she's already doing. So she'll keep that going. Barnaby, it is your turn.
How's she looking?
She looks fine. Pristine. Dress is in great shape, not a mark on her. She has like blood in her teeth seemingly now. It's almost like a kind of like a intentional like ferociousness to that look. But there is a lot of blood on the ground and the walls, and some like dripping from this chandelier. It's just it's a mess in here, and she looks totally fine.
Well, let's do some more.
Go for it.
That is a 15 to hit.
15 will not hit.
Well,
The gunshot echoes in the chamber, but does not connect. Burberry.
I'd like to use my fortune of the many.
Oh, okay.
Fortune from the many.
More shit. More shit.
If I miss with an attack roll, I can add a +5 or maximum bonus of +5 equal to number of allies I can see within 30 feet of me.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so what does that bring it up
with
to?
That would bring. Let's see, we got 5 allies, so that'd bring it up to 20.
She fucking screams as the bullet bounces and ricochets into her
You
body.
have 6 allies counting Adler.
I think
I only get up to 5.
Oh, no, it's max.
Yeah.
5. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that
It's not
that,
bad.
like
That'd be really good.
it's the cartoon version where like all of the other characters are like dodging this bullet as it ricochets off?
Yeah. 1 ally, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the hag. So yeah, go ahead and give me damage.
Damage, that is 14.
14.
Yep.
All right. 14.
She's still kicking?
Yeah, she is still up.
I'm gonna action surge then.
Just keep going. Okay.
Barnaby's determined.
That is a 20 total.
He has an agreement to make good on.
20 will hit.
And that is 9 plus 4, so 13.
13 damage. Very nice.
Zap me. I don't want to be in zap.
So she looks great, but she is breathing very heavily and haggardly at this point. There's a gurgling sound that whatever she's using to keep up her looks right now is not able to suppress. This Burberry, it's your turn.
I will continue to be useless and cast locate object for this crystal thingy.
Okay, sure, yeah.
That's useful.
And yeah, casting the spell, you immediately feel this pull directly towards the gatekeeper.
Yeah, I figured that was the case.
Just run up and grab it. I'm sure it'll be fine.
No biggie.
Yeah, that seems good. Can I bonus action Sacred Flame?
Yeah, the Sacred Flame a bonus action?
It's a cantrip.
It's not a bonus action though, is it?
Ain't no sorcerer.
Nah, that's not how that works. Sorry. We're learning about bonus actions today. So that is your turn.
I'll get
think-
fine if she runs away. Follow her.
That's true. I think at this point in the fight, she is looking at all of you furious. And she is kind of grabbing at her neck, seeming to like catch her breath, trying to. And she'll gurgle out. Spare me, and I'll give you your gatekeeper. Free and unharmed.
Insight check.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll insight that.
Yeah, I'll incite that too as a. Oh wait, I'm not a bear anymore. I can actually talk.
Barnaby's still in the moment. He got a 9, -1, so 8.
He's just like, I
What?
want to shoot.
I think I know what the answer to this is, but I got a 19.
19, sure.
I rolled a 3
Oof.
plus.
A desperate plea to save her life, or a
5.
glimmer of truth hidden in the lies?
A bit of both. Noelle, I think. You do note this is the first mention she's ever made of, freeing the gatekeeper. You did sense perhaps she was withholding earlier. plenty of information.
Yeah.
Being very sparing in what she told you. This is new. And she seems as though she's in a desperate position. Like she might be willing to make good on that kind of promise.
I don't think I could stop Adlar if I tried. So, and it's his turn, I believe, next. So, good to know.
Okay, sure.
I will keep that to myself. For a moment.
So, she says this. Does anybody respond at all?
I believe the response would be Adlar's.
Okay.
I think everybody looks at Adlar.
If the party
Yeah,
is
everyone looks at
silent,
Adlar.
Adlar's at the far side of the room, like knocking another arrow. And she's like, "Oh, fuck this!" And she is going to cast another spell, and vanish on the spot.
God damn this shit.
Adlar is gonna be like, "God damn it!" And he's gonna fucking just loose that arrow, praying that he hits. Actually, I probably should ask John and Lauren. Your passives are 17 and 14 for perception.
For perception?
I think Noelle has a higher.
Well, y'all
yeah,
are right next to where she vanished from, right?
Oh, yeah.
Minus.
Okay. So John, you would not notice this, but Lauren, you would feel something brush against you as.
Do I know which direction?
In the moment of that, she was heading towards the center of the room, towards like the table and chairs. You could take an opportunity attack, sensing
I'll do
this.
it.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a roll with disadvantage. Adlar's missing on his turn. He's just not connecting. But you can take your swing if you'd like.
Does a 16 hit?
16 will not hit, unfortunately.
Damn.
But yeah, you feel something brush against you, like seconds after that invisibility thing goes up, and then yeah.
I'll point in the direction.
Right.
And be like, she moved this way.
Burberry, you still have that spell up.
I do.
You feel the tug directly towards the gatekeeper, and she is now moving on top of the table towards the exit, towards you. So she is like trying to get away from John and Lauren and just fucking bolt. But you're just like, nope, there she is, just like tracking her with your finger. Noelle, it is your turn.
Okay. How big is the doorway to this place? The entryway.
It's probably like 15 feet wide by. It's probably like a good 15 by 15, like archway. Opening into this room, like it's a big entrance. There's a pretty wide tunnel that you guys walked into this chamber.
I will attempt to take a shot at the area that Burberry is pointing.
Okay,
With my
sure.
crossbow.
Go ahead and roll with disadvantage.
Actually, where is it? They said they're on the table right now.
Yeah,
That's where
She's-
that's where Burberry's pointing.
Burberry is pointing at like the end of the table.
All right, I'm
Like,
right next to the
towards-
table. I'll use the rapier instead, because why not?
Okay, sure. Just kind of run up and.
Damn. 16 and a 2, so no.
Yeah, 16 cycle hit. Definitely not 2. That will take us to the top of the order with a Lauren. You're muted.
did prepare a spell for this, thankfully, and its name is Fairy Fire.
Oh shit! Go for it.
So right at the end, at that little part of that table, boom, Fairy Fire.
Okay. So she needs to make a save.
As do all the people standing around her.
That's true. Noelle is right there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, dex save. Son of a bitch!
Yeah, the deck save.
I failed.
I have thrown every fucking dice off this table.
You should stop doing that.
That's a failure, so she will burn a legendary resistance to avoid it. So yeah, so Noelle lights up.
Oh, cool.
Well,
Oh,
that was my
you're glowing. Yeah, and that'll take us to the top of the order with. Oh, that was Lauren's turn.
Can I move over to where I think she is and get
Yeah.
closer?
That's fine.
And then I'll
You
just
can-
kind of.
We just have
Pointless
to
shit.
block the doorway somehow.
Yeah, you could like run down to the end of the table, where, like right where Burberry's pointing, like Noelle's right next to you.
Okay, I'll do that.
Sure.
I'll try to block her way.
Okay. Just stop. Throwing your arms up. John, it is your turn. You see the party is gathering at the end of the table. Burberry is pointing directly into the air right there at the edge. As the party converges there, what do you want to do?
So that's where they are, or where she is, or that's where they think they are.
Burberry has a spell up. Burberry knows exactly where this person is right now.
Okay.
But
Can I?
nobody
how
else
far
can
away
really.
is she from me?
Can you what?
How far away is she from me?
She's within 30 feet. You can reach her. Yeah. No
Okay.
issues.
So I'd like to go up and hack a
Rush up
slash
and-
right.
Go for it.
See, what I'd like to do is to see if I can like put my javelin or put my spear through her, so we can see exactly where she's at.
You can try.
Before
Go ahead and
Yeah,
roll
well-
it with disadvantage.
I'm recklessly attacking, so that would
Okay, that'll cancel it out.
balance it out. Okay. Okay, let's see what I roll. And I don't suppose I have inspiration, do I? I do not have
Inspiration is not going to
inspiration.
help you.
Oh, right.
You're
That's
already
true.
using reckless.
So that is a +6 to hit. I don't suppose a 12 will hit, will it?
12 will not hit.
Damn it.
Fudge.
Alas.
So did you see the thing that I sent you in Discord really quick? Because the description I had of Drudgeline in my character sheet is not the description of Drudgeline that I found when I was looking up something.
This is a totally different thing, it looks like. This is
This
like
is
a
Barbarian Path of the Depths.
Okay,
which
but
is a wonder.
it's written by some guy named Angel Winter. This looks like
Okay, I thought they had just created the webpage.
no, this is not.
Okay,
This
that
is
explains
not
why
the,
it's so
the
different.
UA. Yeah.
Okay. I wish it was
so-
like that because that Drudgeline seemed way more useful.
That's probably why he wrote it.
I have nothing else to do.
Cool. End of turn. Lair action. Don't know that there is one necessarily. Barnaby. It's your turn. I mean, the party's getting all these fucking turns before she does, and she's just trying to fucking bail. Yeah, Barnaby, Burberry are next. Like, what do you guys want to do? Just trying to shut this lady down.
I will be a bad person and message her and says, if you free the previous gatekeeper, I'll lose track of where you are.
Give me a persuasion check.
Because that is legitimately true.
That's a good idea.
It's a 10.
10.
Yeah, it's too bad I used my inspiration on
Well, we are just shitting the bed on this last fucking leg of the journey here.
She.
But I mean, we do kind of have her over a barrel.
Yeah, she. God. she will reply in a whisper to you. If I free her now, she'll kill me for sure. Get me out of here alive. And that will be her response to you. Barnaby, are you taking your shot?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and take your shot, man.
And is that a disadvantage?
It's still a disadvantage. She is
Yep.
invisible. Everyone knows where she is at the end of the table. Like Burberry's still pointing at her. Like,
Oh, that was a nat 20, but instead I'll just have to go with a dirty 20. 12 plus 8.
that's a hit, though.
That is 7 plus 4. 11.
7 plus 4.
11.
11. Woof. Okay. There's a spray of blood into the air. It spatters down onto the table. Another screech. Anything else at the end of your turns before she takes her turn? Good.
I got
All right.
nothing.
That's all I got.
As Barnaby lands this additional shot, as Burberry makes his plea, this invisible hag is concocting a very it's not a great plan, but there is a glint of light, and Burberry, you feel the tug of your spell swing rapidly through the air and across the room as all of you hear a cling, 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 cling. Something hit the ground.
Is Burberry continuing to point?
Follow.
Nope. He does not.
And while that's happening, she's doing invisible shit. So, at the start of the next turn, Adlar, he is going to run up halfway, from that corner where he was hanging out, not quite reaching the threshold of the room, and he's going to cast another spell. He's going to reach into his pocket. He is going to pull out a handful of what looks like pollen, like stains his fingers, blow it into the air, and you watch as the ground in front of sort of the cave threshold begins to rumble, and all of these vines begin shooting up out of the ground.
Entangle.
Yeah. His last spell slot for the day. Oh, hell yeah. She passed her save. I got the yeah on the dice. So that's a success. She's not restrained, but she is entangled in difficult terrain, which is unavoidable. Assuming that's where she's at, right? Noelle, it is your turn. You just watched all these vines shoot up.
So if I run to the threshold,
What do you want to do?
do I see movement in the vines at all? Just at a glance.
Give me a perception check.
Is this going to be my action?
I'd say if it's just at a glance, you don't notice like movement indicating her motion necessarily.
Okay. Well, she's invisible.
You just see the writhing vines.
I can't target her with any spells. Yeah, I don't have anything for invisibility. So I will just take a shot at disadvantage.
Sure.
Natural 1.
Oof. Nada. No connection. Just down the hallway. Aloran, top of the order. It's your turn.
Fairy fire. Again, in the same area as the entangle.
Okay,
20
sure.
foot square.
It's a nat 1. She will use her final legendary resistance.
Yeah. There's a lot of meat.
So, is there anything else on your turn?
I can't do anything. I don't know
Cool.
what's happening.
John, then it is your turn.
Okay, so just so I understand the situation, nobody knows specifically where she is. She's in a general location that we're in.
At this point, yeah. Adlar is just like, he just fucking threw a Hail Mary and Tangle into the hallway, hoping to slow her down.
Okay, and is it like a small hallway? Like,
It's like a 15 by 15, like wide and tall, kind of arched hallway. She presumably could not have gotten terribly far from where she
Like,
was
if
just
John-
standing.
if John just booked it down the hallway with his arms open wide,
Sure.
and he happened to run into something that was invisible, he would know, right?
Holding the glaive sideways. Just try and clothesline her.
You know, that's actually a fair point.
It's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think you'd slow down significantly in the vines, the entangling vines. But
I
you
might
would still
not-
make contact about 10 feet into those vines. Thunk. The left haft of your glaive would make contact with something unseen there. And you'd hear an, oh shit.
Can I grab her? Like, can I like branch and just grab onto whatever I hit?
Yeah, if you want to grapple her, go for it. Try. It's going to be a disadvantage, so athletics check.
I have advantage on the strength check, so that counts.
Straight roll.
Okay.
She's got a 12.
Plus athletics.
Yep.
I got a 16.
Okay, John has a hold of an invisible something right there in the hallway, and it is thrashing against you. You feel rough, torn, coarse fabric in your hands, and something very big inside of it is pulling away from you. That'll take us to the lair action. Is there anything else she can do there?
Can I just use my appendage and just wrap it around herself?
I assume you're talking about the dredge line thing.
Well, technically, Judge Line is just the attack for that. I actually have the appendage the entire time.
It's what did you flavor it as? Is it like a tentacle or is it like a
It's
water
a Kraken
thing?
tentacle.
Oh, jeezy. Where do you stow that thing?
I don't stand anywhere. Like, it's waving the fucking thing from my ass tail area.
He's just got a tentacle hanging out of his pants the whole time. Gotcha.
That's why the ladies love
It
him.
comes out right above where
I just wanted to hear you say it.
Like, right above where the leather pants are at the hips, it's like, when was that?
Sure. Okay. I'll say, sure, you can be grappling her with that. That's fine. With her lair action, she is going to...
Do nothing.
No, I have a plan. You watch as Burberry, that glint you saw and tracked across the room, you watch as right next to it, this misty cloud erupts out of the ground and takes the form of the gatekeeper, who bends over and picks up the crystal, makes almost direct eye contact with you for a split second, and then books it for that barred gateway across the room.
So she picked up the thing that she dropped and's now eating with it?
Yep.
Kill her, the illusion ends.
Does Burberry
That's it.
feel the crystal moving?
Burberry feels the crystal moving. So, that is the lair action. Barnaby, your turn. You look down the hallway and you see John has his gnarly pants tentacle wrapped around something invisible in the vines.
Now, the real question is, do I
Gnarly
shoot? 'Cause
pants tentacle.
there's a good
Really?
chance. There's a good chance it could go through her into John.
John can
It's
take
like
Do it.
Goku and Raditz.
John,
Do it.
John looks Barnaby right in the eyes and do it.
All right, let's say a little bit. All right, but don't complain to me if it stinks. And I phew.
To clarify,
roll the hit.
isn't the door the other one is running towards? Isn't that like you said it like a bar across it?
Yep.
Huge ass bar. All right.
That's a 16 to hit.
16 will not hit.
Hang on, isn't she at disadvantage because I have a hold of her?
No, that's not what grappling does. It just reduces speed to 0.
I'm going to use my next fortune of the many. I got 2 of them to add 5 to it, so it's a 21.
Oh shit. 21 will hit.
That's a 9 plus, let's see, 9 plus 4.
13. Oof. Another spray of blood. So. Is that everything on your turn?
I think that's about all I can do, yeah.
Okay. There is a spatter of blood onto your tentacle, John, and you hear the gatekeeper's raspy voice. Kill me and your gatekeeper will be lost forever in the wilds. Good luck finding her. Release me and you can have her. What say you? John,
That's not my turn.
I'm sorry, I
No
can't
response.
respond. It's not my turn.
you just stand there and stare at her like,
But talking's a free action,
I
John.
believe Burberry is next.
there's like 7 people in front of me. You gotta talk to them first.
Seriously,
I already used my reaction, so.
Yeah. Guys, if you... Adler taking a shot. He didn't give a fuck. That's probably not gonna hit, though. Yeah. 6 plus...
Can John use his action to say focus on the other one?
to say
Or use
what?
his reaction? Can he use his reaction to yell at the other people to focus on the other one?
Yeah, if you want to yell now instead of responding.
Yeah. Instead of responding, I want to yell the others. Focus the other one.
Sure. Yeah, Adlar is not rolling great. That was a 14 total.
None of the NPCs that are on our team ever roll great.
Listen, he cast a spell, all right? He's trying to help.
I'm just
Has
saying.
Adlar hit anything this combat?
Yeah, he killed a displacer beast
No,
last
this-
session.
This combat.
Oh, this... No, look, they've all been invisible and, like, hiding and shit.
He did hit once, remember? Because he did like 2 1s and a 2 or something like that.
Oh yeah, he did
Oh,
do
yeah,
like
that's
5
right.
damage.
Oh,
That's right.
yeah.
He dealt 9 damage.
Are we still initiative order? Because I have an action I'd like to perform if we're not.
Yes, Noel. It's your turn because Adlar can't hit shit.
Okay.
He's so mad. He's just fuming and just like, just fucking flinging an arrow down the hall. And John, you're just standing there.
So you said the other gatekeeper like picked up the crystal and started
now-
booking it toward the door.
Yep.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand, try to snatch the crystal.
Ah, I knew it would happen.
There it is. Yeah, sure.
There's-
I'll say give me a sleight of hand check with the mage hand.
All right. No inspiration, so let's just see what happens. Natural 19. 25.
Okay. Wow.
I'm really good at this.
This misty duplicate is running to the far when suddenly
And it just
magical
comes
hand
right
appears.
back to me.
Yeah, and just fucking clotheslines her, grabs the crystal, closes the hand around the crystal, and just keeps going, and just right back to Noelle.
Kills the real one.
The duplicate is just like looks back over the shoulder, like, oh no. Yeah, Aloran, your turn, top of the order.
All right.
At this point, is the invisible one just like covered in blood?
I mean, you don't see it, but John, you are being slowly covered in lots and lots of blood oozing from presumably many, many wounds.
See, I can't even.
So what's your play, Lauren? What are you doing?
Like, my best thing hurts John at the same time, so I can't do that.
I think he's okay with that at this point.
John's just like, fucking kill her already.
Do it.
We've got
You want me to
Keotom's
do it?
ointment. We'll be fine.
Okay.
Ice knife, do it.
I actually don't have ice knife
You
prepared.
motherfucker.
I have thunder wave though.
Oh shit. Okay. So Allura just runs up next to him and just this huge blast of thunder into the cave.
Yes.
Cool. I need John to make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm so sorry, John. You told me to do it.
Not terrible.
22.
John passes. I'm sure. However, this is a 14. Does that pass?
I don't think so.
What's your spell save?
I believe it's.
It's probably a 14.
No, it's a 13.
Oh, 13.
Hey, it does. Cool. All right. So she will take half of 2d8. Go for it.
The first one's an 8. Second one's a 7.
So 15 total.
Yeah.
Halved down, so it makes 7.
And John takes half of that.
So how do you want to do it, Lauren?
Yeah, I feel like I always get the finishing kills, man.
I don't know if you can take her head off with this one.
Could you hold off on the the taking off of the head and stuff?
Out of her hands, it's a thunder wave. Boosh! So what happens, Lauren?
Well, she gets tossed like 10 feet into the air, and then just tumbles away. And I'm just like, yeah, bitch.
Yeah, you watch as this body flies out of John's grasp, suddenly visible, much bigger, lankier, bulkier than the lithe figure you had seen before. Flies into the air, trail of blood flying behind her before she hits the ground, rolls, spraying blood as she goes. And what comes to rest at the at the end of this whole ordeal on the ground is the large, misshapen corpse of 7 or 8 foot tall woman, ancient lines carved into her face, lank hair strewn all across the stone floor, garbed in these coarse, ragged robes, but torn horribly asunder, covered in blood. Her limbs splayed out at awkward angles, the skin torn off from various claw and glaive attacks. Just every part of her body that could possibly be wounded has been wounded, and it is now all visible to see as she lies dead, her illusion dispelled, bleeding out on the floor.
Okay, so you guys, I'm just doing all sorts of weird counterprotective things today. I'm sorry. Can I spare the dying on her? Because I don't think she's actually made death saving throws.
I mean, she wouldn't be dead. Rules written, technically, but
The reason that I'm
kind of up to
asking
play.
is
You
I would
touch a
like...
living creature that has 0 hit points, creature becomes stable. Technically, you could. This is true.
So the reason that I want to do this is because I want to have a discussion with this crystal lady, whatever, and see if we can get her out without her help. And if we can, then cool, finish her off, whatever. If we can't, then at least we have the option to maybe
Okay.
barter with her.
Okay. So Burberry kind of walks up to the corpse and just, there now. You watch as the chest, there's a ragged intake of breath, but the body
she's
does not move
actually-
any further beyond that.
She doesn't gain any hit points. She's still down for the count. Like,
I feel like you have to
This
stop
bitch is
Adlar
out
now.
cold. Yeah, Adlar's like, why did you do that? Oh, as you explain yourself, he says, okay.
John,
Fair point.
John's gonna like sit on the body.
On the corpse.
I say we
It's
drag her
not-
out of here. Let's get her out of the fucking lair.
Okay, yeah. So what do you guys want to do? You nearly slain the alleged gatekeeper, Sister
So-
Comac.
Should we put the hag in a bag?
I want to keep her
That'd be
inside.
easier to carry. Oh yeah, we could stick her head out.
I would like to have a possibly long conversation and or discuss options with Crystal Lady.
But we don't have bags of holding.
We don't.
No, but we have bags.
She wouldn't fit in a bag of
This is a
holding.
big lady. This is a big lady, dude.
I think we should just tie her up for sure.
Oh, I
feel
figured
like
that
we got a lot
was
of
assumed.
I would second that, yes.
So we just like
John's
mollify
gonna-
her and rope.
I was just gonna like cocoon her in rope.
Yeah, we'll
Sure.
we'll
Wait,
rope
I
her
just
up.
had a thought. Before you rope her up, I had a thought. She's got some pretty long nails. What if she cuts out of the rope with them?
I was just about to say we're gonna do the anti-spell casting handcuffs thing.
Yeah. Blind her
Where you make it so they
Gagger.
can't move their fingers at all.
and tie up the hands.
Yeah, sure.
No
Okay.
verbal, somatic, or material.
Can I ask you a weird question?
John?
Who are you talking to?
Adlar.
Oh.
Sure, it's been a weird day.
Fair enough, friend. I obviously want vengeance for,
Dodo.
Dodo
Yep.
thing, for Dodo.
Yeah.
Is death the only recourse? Like, if she could somehow be transformed into something else, or maybe turned into a rock for a while, would that equate in your book, or is death the only fairness for you?
I was counting on killing her because that is what I know how to do.
Right, but if
What do you know how to do?
I unfortunately do not know how to turn people into a rock. However, there happens to be a very annoyed gatekeeper in a rock currently that might want to do some nonsense to her as well. That might not be death, but I mean, she already knows what death has been like. But, make her wish she was dead again.
I would be curious to hear what the gatekeeper, the real gatekeeper, has in mind.
All right. Well, sounds like I have a rock to talk to. That is something I never thought I'd get to say. That's exciting.
So, Burberry, Noelle has in her hands, thanks to her clutch mage hand, the small yellow crystal containing the miniaturized gatekeeper frozen inside.
I'll wrap it up in a cloth and put it in my bag.
Wait, but I need to... Okay.
You know where my bag is. You can message.
Touche. You're very clever with the hands.
Yeah, that's one thing I can do.
Lauren's like,
Oh
wow,
shit!
that's so spicy.
Is that what's happening in that tent?
Okay, I see now.
Okay, so I will be sending a whole slew of messages regarding the current situation to the gatekeeper in the crystal to see if I got any sort of useful response back.
Okay.
Since apparently sentences are within her range of abilities.
Sure. I guess. Okay. So what are you telling her exactly then? What is the approach here?
Okay. I introduce myself. I'd say I'm a cleric. Unfortunately, I'm not like I don't have quite the skill to pull you out of this myself, as far as I know, unless you know a way to do it. The only current course that we have is we've captured the hag that turned you into a rock, and I am under the impression that she can turn you back. But the willingness to do so because of possible imminent death is low. Yes, ma'am? Could you please stop stepping on my work computer and making loud beeping noises?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
Is it weird that I think if we just kill this gatekeeper, the other gatekeeper will be released?
It's not
That's
impossible.
not usually how that works, but possibly.
I mean, she
Anyways.
probably wasn't telling the truth for most of what our conversation was, so it's entirely possible that's how it works.
I mean, technically she was dead for like 3 seconds, and nothing happened.
Well, some spells take a little longer than 3 seconds to cast.
I must say, bloodlust does not look good on you.
Yeah.
It's not your color.
I can't help it. I'm literally covered in blood.
I will say the response you get is labored. Takes a while to come out. But what you learn over the course of your conversation with this crystal, the gatekeeper was imprisoned with a very powerful spell. A spell she is aware of, cannot cast herself, but knows of. And she knows that spells like this have a set condition to end them. There is something that was specified at the time of casting that must come to pass to break the spell. Otherwise, the only other way would be to brute force with a very high level dispel magic.
Bonkin won't work. Got it.
Yeah. She would be able to tell you too that as long as the spell is in effect, the crystal is virtually indestructible.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, you would be able to glean that during that conversation.
Okay. If you managed to get your mitts on the person who did this to you, what would you do to them?
I think the only response is very short.
Yes, deathiness. Or perhaps an equal time and then the crystal of their own.
Yeah, I think what she comes to is eventually just like I would return the favor if I could. I would do my best otherwise.
All right, and the crystal doesn't know the condition that would let it loose.
No.
All right, I relay this to the party.
Oh, looks like we gotta interrogate the hag.
Potentially.
How
Or find someone who
long-
knows a lot about magic to help.
I wonder how long a place could exist without a gatekeeper.
I think it would be unwise to leave this place unattended.
Definitely with Anticotum out there.
Yeah.
If it's true.
Well,
Admire.
I believe you have some tying and other things you'd like to do.
I assume we've been doing that over the course of the conversation.
Yeah, you guys have been. I assume sitting at like the mouth of the cave, basically, just, like tying her up, talking to your crystal.
Yeah, and like
handling
once we
business.
get her tied, we'd probably just start dragging her back out into the.
All right.
Garden.
Unfortunately, I only have one level 2 spell left, so if
I'm-
you want to heal someone for the minimum amount of points possible. it'll have to
I
be
also
not
saved a
me.
spell slot, so we're okay.
I'm gonna ask Adlar if he knows anybody that would be able to break the spell.
Apparently, brute forcing it with high level dispel
Spell
magic.
magic.
That's the thing.
It is possible, is what the gatekeeper would have told you. But that would require basically someone strong enough to cast the spell in the first place. Someone's strong and practiced enough. So
Adlar doesn't know anybody.
Adlar, having been asked this, would be like, I do not have this sort of arcane training or expertise, inclination of any kind. I am not.
I'm not asking if he can do it. I'm asking if he knows.
I am not familiar. No, I do not know if anyone on this island could do something like
Before-
that. That is very, very powerful sounding.
I mean, to be fair, if they needed us to solve this problem, they probably don't have a high enough caster for this.
Before we leave the lair, I know this is probably dangerous, but I want to look around for any clues, notes, journals, spell scrolls, anything in this place that might be a hint as to what the condition was that this was placed under. Any writings or anything like that.
Okay.
Just to try, cover our bases.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
13.
13. Okay. You start kind of combing this chamber, looking over the table, looking over the spilled bowl of grapes. Except those weren't grapes.
Eyeballs.
Check the cabinets. Check the drawers. Looks like there's another cupboard on the other side of the room. Head over there and start looking around.
Yeah.
I'd say with a 13, your search does not turn up much. I'd say what you do find is tucked away almost like underneath a bundle of these rough hewn clothes. There is a somewhat crude looking envelope. You pull it out and look inside, and there's a folded piece of paper in there with this somewhat macabre drawing on the front of it depicting two haggard-looking women. The resemblance to the hag you just defeated is there, if substantially more caricatured. And over this illustration of these two, smiling hags, there is this very elaborate calligraphic legend that reads, "Thank you kindly." You open it up, and inside you find this scrawled thank you card addressed to someone called the Breaker of Gates. And the card just kind of reads, "We just wanted to thank you for your assistance in procuring the grove. It is much appreciated. If you ever wish to meet again or do further business, we would love to hear from you. You know where to find us now, of course. Signed lovingly, Sister Comac." And there's a big ink blot underneath, like a spray of ink. And that's it.
I'll take this out as we were leaving and share it with the group. The Breaker of Gates. Not a very creative title. I'll look in the Fae book.
Sure, yeah. Give me another investigation check.
Even worse, a 10.
Yeah, flipping through there, you don't really find any mention of that particular epitaph.
Could I go back into the room and investigate again?
Let's just all do it one at a time.
Yeah,
You think Noelle did a bad job?
Hey, you never know.
Yeah,
Didn't
sure.
even check
If you really
the
want to go
fireplace.
poke around. What's your
No
approach
offense,
here?
Noelle.
What is
No
your
offense,
approach?
Noelle.
What are you trying to find?
Something helpful.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
Cool. Not great. Okay. I rolled the same as Noelle, so it's okay. I just kill you.
You just looked at all the same stuff I did.
Yep, pretty much. Hey, a second pair of eyes can sometimes find something new.
Not
But
if you
the
look at all
first
the same
person
places
didn't
I did.
Yeah, you found a duplicate of the thank you note.
There was two of them.
No, you don't find anything else new. Yeah, I mean, you do know that those grapes were definitely not grapes.
They were testicles.
Can I investigate the grapes?
Yeah, pick it up, and it's dark like a grape, but you turn it over, and there is a very obvious veined iris and lens on one side. Black scleras.
Those were eyeballs, not grapes?
She's just gonna drop
Gross.
it. She's gonna drop it and be like, "All right, cuckoo."
And they're just all over the floor.
Hey, what type of eye?
Many of them squished underfoot in the fracas.
What type of eye?
I don't know.
Fish eye?
Some
John
sort of
immediately looks at the
creature's
bottom of his
eye.
boot.
Yeah, you got like a squishy one on your toes.
He starts scraping it off on the wall. He's like, gross, 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 gross.
So what's the game plan?
Well, I was thinking that I could wake up our hag friend here in a very compromised position and just basically message her until we get what we want from her.
The only problem, I mean, I'm
Should we
down
like
for that
break her
plan.
legs and arms before we do that?
Well, if we keep them tied up,
That's
she
pretty
can't
brutal.
cast.
Now, if we do that now, then we don't have any bargaining chips if we need to get anything.
That's what I was thinking. Like, she has no incentive to. She. Let me rephrase. She has every incentive to say whatever we want to hear. She will tell us she has all the powers in the world to free the gatekeeper now. Because why wouldn't she?
Yes, but she is bound by her word, so to speak. So if we actually did make a deal with her for, say, 2-minute head start.
I don't know
Then
how
she would
those...
be bound by her word.
I mean, you are right in theory. I don't know how those deals work, though. I don't know what enforcement policy exists where if either side was to break it, what would happen?
Well, and to be fair, we don't actually need her to do anything. We just need her to tell us the conditions.
Yeah. I just think it's going to be hard to get the truth out of her, but I guess we will see. We have her.
I have a spell for that.
She
Okay,
did use all her
Mr.
legendary resistances
Interrogator.
today.
And I actually do have Zone of Truth's prep for today.
That makes it more interesting. That makes it more interesting.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
Well played.
No, legitimately, I prepped it whenever I was like, oh, we're gonna go meet a gatekeeper? I should Zone of Truth this shit.
Good call.
So you're gonna cast Zone of Truth on her as she comes to consciousness and interrogate her? Is that the
Pretty
plan?
much.
I assume that would be the plan, yeah.
Are you gonna heal her, or are you just gonna let her come to on her own?
I think we should just let her come to on her own. It's not worth
Okay.
the magic.
So, I'll say this. It's going to be at least an hour, if not more, while you guys wait.
Also, I'm going to cast it as she's waking up and not after she wakes up, so that way she will have a harder time passing her save.
Sure.
I'm going to do a short rest while this is happening.
That's fine. I'm going to say we should probably end it here. You guys are getting into position, right? Getting ready, setting up camp. And hours are going to pass before this woman regains consciousness. During this time, as you are sort of camped out at the mouth of this cave, you do draw some onlookers from the nearby forest. You notice here and there in the mists outside the stone circle, there are figures, cloaked figures, small, lumpy figures peeking at you from the underbrush. Never approaching, occasionally wandering off back into the forest. But as you make your camp, take your rest, you do have the attention of locals. And they do seem interested in what you're about to do next. So, with that in mind, and knowing that it's going to take some time, you guys are going to be able to get a short rest in. If you guys want to take care of that now, we'll hit dice, do whatever short rest stuff you can now. I can tell you now you're not going to be interrupted. We can pick up next time with this conversation with the hag as she's coming to, and you are about to cast Zone of Truth on her.
Also, we can tag team this Burberry because I can use my cutting words one more time to lower her next saving throw.
Very nice. Thank you for dealing with my bit peculiarity on this one. I just thought it might be more effective.
I admit, I think it's odd, but if you think we have a chance of getting something useful out of her, then it's worth it.
It can only get worse. If she's dead odd-wise, don't mind me none, it's fine.
I think I get what you're saying.
Basically, we already did the hard part. Cutting and running is the easy one.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's more to deal with here. We have that other hag, and we can't just leave this place without a gatekeeper, I don't think.
I rolled my hit dice for a short rest.
Alright.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave fucking Adlar, and he's gonna become the gatekeeper. He's like, yeah, I live here now.
I did think about that.
I guess this is my grove, okay?
He could,
Shit.
he could be a
I
good
don't know any
interim
magic.
gatekeeper if we need one.
Assistant to the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
I don't feel qualified, but I guess this is my job now.
We'll go get Dodo and just fucking.
They just
I see.
power
I'll
up.
just be an intern until we can get this one out of this
It's
thing.
unpaid. You're on call 7 days a week.
But you'll get great experience.
This sounds like a massive scam.
No. The experience you get will be amazing.
Somehow I doubt that. But yeah, we're going to pick up there next time.
Okay.
I think we'll call the session here. So, 2 points of order, MVP, and then support.
I nominate
Vote for Noel.
I nominate Burberry for
All right.
a lot of randomly clutch magic. Specifically, the locate object. We would not have killed her without that. That's my argument.
Yeah, I got Burberry.
I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
I just shot at what made most sense. So
She would
I
have
just
100%
kept shooting
have
and it
escaped
worked.
without that.
Sorry for absolutely being of zero help in the actual combat portion.
I mean, invisible stuff's hard to deal with. And when you're a caster, it's even harder, so...
Well,
You're
so-
there for the utility, not for the combat damage.
So, in all honesty,
Next
when
level,
that-
Burberry does combat damage.
Yay!
Talk
Yeah,
about
in
the
all
beast
honesty, when this fight was happening, and I was going, oh, I could attack the hag and stuff. I was like, wait, but what if she turns invisible, runs off with the rock? I'm gonna just focus this fight on getting the rock. Whatever I have to do to get this rock.
Okay.
What I'm gonna be doing.
Fair point. As far as support goes, I don't really have a lot of RP because there's a lot of combat and then NPC conversations. So I'll say as a bonding exercise for the group, this was great. I could say everyone gets a point. How's that?
Sure.
Just everybody gets a point with everybody.
Yay!